决定开一个新的记录档，前面影片跑过的地方我就快速带过。
Grimoire, I'm not sure you.
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene. It's a bird. They're even singing.
Please don't do that. That's a
it's water with poison in it. Mountain.
Nope, they're more
whatever
like...
they are.
It's a garden. Ready when you are.
It's
just
like...
too late.
速货。
It's a statue of slaying a heart. Hang on a second. It's a slaying a heart. Hang on a second. This...
Something tells me we're not.
Let's come back later. It must...
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
It's
any fish looks or it used to be. What do you think is a worm?
No. It's
I think it's an egg.
What? Right. Hawk, bear, lizard.
It's a one-man band.
It's a leads up to the house.
Oh,
what?
Oh,
Tangle.
Sure. How do you know they're for birds? Can you blame them?
Yeah, I didn't.
PPFF. Is that no? Isn't that?
No, definitely. A path leading to.
Is that no? Isn't that?
No, definitely.
Do you think?
No, I think.
Why would it's a little melody? Don't think it's. I'm pretty sure that's the rule.
速货。
I think it's a family tree.
Freya Feller. She's barely related. I think she's mentioned. Felix,
do you think he still lives here?
Yes, do you think she still lives here?
Percival Pointer.
Do you think he still lives here? Primrose Remington.
I always liked the name Primrose.
Do you think she still lives here?
Primrose.
Poppy, do you think she still lives here?
It's not locked. It's
could be anymore. Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant? This one has how very Finally, we get to invest.
Not that.
Don't ruin this. We should try. Sure.
好，我那时候那个影片好像就是玩到这里，让我们就往上跑吧。Flora 塔。
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of
墙突然不见了。哦，真的哎，它是都长一样，然后这里有墙，一半没有墙。
Let's take a look at that painting first.
最好是这里有个人不看人，先看画啦。看画，看画。
The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So what?
所以 Freya 画一半的时候被杀了吗？这个东西跟我们前面看的档案是一样的吗？说一样。I
wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene, and something really weird about the murder weapon.
凶器很奇怪。
We didn't find a murder weapon.
我们没有找到凶器。脑力激荡。
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
点点点。
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting?
被画杀了。
Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Freya was standing right up the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
最好有血的东西全部都是凶器。
It's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
结案。
And even if you were right,
最好这样
where
是
does
结
that
案。
leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
他一脸你怎么不相信我的脸？噔，吓一跳。未完的画作。 们来四处
Is
看
that
看。
an egg?
What a completely ordinary object.
这颗蛋我已经解了
I
好
think
多
it's a
次了，
container for something.
Those gems look like they come.
可是我还是要把它拍下来看。其实我是蛮哎，等一下。
Reset the puzzle.
好，先来解一下，把它拍下来了，这样比较好看。这个 L 型的，然后这个黄色在这，然后这是绿色，然后这个。这个紫色跟蓝色，紫色跟蓝色，然后是就这个交换解
Oh, that was it.
解开
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
，nothing 空的，
Not empty egg is a clue, right?
空荡荡的蛋。OK， 好。
Is that a
I think
crown?
so. Except
留
it's
声
got a
机
tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also
放
got a big
卡
crack
带的
on
留
the
声机，而且还一个超级贯穿的裂缝。
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Think.
哦，里面有个卡带，怎么也是裂开的，送给 Freya。他是这样，他是被那个月牙天冲这
Do
样
you think it still works?
一口气砍断吗？
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
好，我们来看它可不可以用。我们两个卡带，一个是留声机的给 Freya， 一个是我们在水里找到的。先听这个。
It's piano music.
是钢琴曲。我每次玩游戏听这种东西都觉得很毛。留声机还可以用，我们听这个。有像脚步声的声音，
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
还有人在哼歌，好恐怖！我不要听了，好毛。我们听众都觉得很恐怖。好，我们来看一下
Freya's painting supplies.
他的话剧、绘画用品。为什么 Freya 的东西全部都有裂开啊？玻璃罐都裂开了。
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back.
Freya 的
There's
描
a
线
single patch of blood. Right in the middle. No real signs.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the
他脚
canvas.
刚好在画布旁，
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
离画布很近的地
Let's
方
check the
跌倒
case
的。
file again.
感觉他就是画一画，突然被刺爆，真的很像被画杀掉的。可是你看他的在这个张照片上没有写，还是这个只是没画到而已。
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she looks like she was still holding her
摔倒
paintbrush
时
and palette.
仍
Didn't
然
even
拿
get a
着，
chance to clean her brush.
画笔上沾着干掉红色颜料，画笔上的刀子不是血，画笔上颜料不是血，是红色颜料，终于可以跟这个人讲话了。他应该是 Flora， 他长的脖子好长，
Flora Fellow?
诡异哦
Hey,。sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
看起来超不悲痛。
We need to ask you a
点点
few
点。
questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
不会讲话，不讲话。
What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
好，就 可以直问他。问号。
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya
你
at
有
all
跟她
while
讲
she
话
was
吗？
painting you?
不会讲话。
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
还可以问他供词，我连问都不想问，他一定不会讲话啊。
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? She's acting
她都不会讲话。
pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
我觉得蛮有可能的，就是搞不好真的不会讲话。可以问他关于其他的事。
Were you close with Freya? How are you two
不会
related?
讲话。
Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire.
What?
照那个族谱上面讲，那个 Flora 应该是 Freya 的什么舅妈还是阿姨之类的吧？
Anything we should know? Any hobbies besides staring out the window?
他不会讲话，知道他不会讲，可是还是要把。
Did you ask Freya to paint this?
可以这样
Or was
问
it
啊？
her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
可以这样问东西耶。可他什么都不会讲，我要不要问啊？我真的是问都不想问，他不会讲话，很烦呢。我们先去讲，去别的房间好了，一间间看下来好了。一个阿北，阿北
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name.
神秘好名
I
字
rather。like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name.
可以不用硬要评断别人的名字，没关系
If
啦。
you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
哎呦，说溜嘴喽。
Generally speaking,
这里有密室哦。
that sort of thing.
好，可以问他问题了。
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer.
是探险家。
Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if
心如安安。
yeah, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be
现在只是空窗期，我没有退休。
but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
哦，
don't misunderstand me.
我这个我之前玩过一次，我不太懂他的意思，所以我现在才知道，就是他是 Flora 的老公，然后他女儿是 Fiona。哎，我想到可以问他关于其他物品的问题，我先把这里逛完，我再一起问他好了。
A little hand-painted
How
statue.
can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
这个是他自己吧？所以他平常没有住在这个地方吗？
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging.
我们来看一下这个宝
What's the
箱。
deal with
Not
that?
sure. We should check that treasure map too.
哦，这地图。然后看一下，左边有龙，右边有山，很远的地方有树，有点像这个或这个。可是这个龙比较近，所以应该是这个，而且这个树超远的，应该是这个。6H7 6H7
I did it.
开了，
What was in the box?
More wooden models.
更多
These are a
的
little different to the
模
one on the
型。
desk.
这个应该是那个吧 ，Freya， 这个是 Flora， 这个不知道是谁。然后这是鸡，好，
What is
把
it?
房间其他的东西看一看，
Well, if you tell too many lies, he...
Oh,
其他房间的东西看一看。这有个
We
地图
already
哎、
solved it.
哦，这是一起的哦。哦，地图是这个的线索是。
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale?
Right now, it's just full.
a map with a dotted line.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map.
来
More maps.
看看，随便看看看有没有什么东西。
Oh, it's not just me. It's the actual hull of a
这
ship.
是一个真正的船体。
That's a map.
I hope so.
海螺壳是什么？
It's
神
a
灯
magic lamp. Can we summon the
If we get really stuck, sure.
吊
a
床。
hammock?
I would politely describe it as living. A
这个
pencil
画
drawing
哎
of a moon.
Mood.
It's a
I've
barometer.
never seen a barometer that was. The entire room
Oh,
is
it's not just. It's the
Yeah.
actual.
这个面具
And oh,
probably cursed. Shelf junk.
好像没有什么其他的东西可以那个，好吧，我们继续跟他讲话好了。刚刚已经听他叙述过他自己了，问他关于昨天的事。
You want to know about that?
The murder of Freya fell.
废话，我们是侦
The
探。
reason we're here.
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
it's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
There's not much to tell. Mostly, I was
他们
in
都
my
不想要
room by
讲。
myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
哎呦，他好像可以
It
讲哦
was，dusk. A feeling lingered in
来
the
听他
air.
叙述一下。
Malevolent, perhaps.
屁话太多了吧？
Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it.
不知道是谁
Shortly
先走过
afterward,
去。
I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the
Poppy
floor
长得像根
below.
茄子。
Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope.
Penelope.
She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
所以 Pointer 教授已经先过
Flora's
去了
room.。Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course.
好，
Soon enough, everyone else
其他人都
made
走
their
了。
excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
好，我们可以问他关于其他人的事，还有关于线索，问他关于 Flora 的
Dearest
事。
Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course.
身上中了好几
She
箭的感
hasn't
觉
gone。quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak.
她都不会讲话啊
Had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to
她只是喜
herself,
欢独处。
away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
Other humans, other people 。感觉他刚刚那样讲有蹊跷哦。
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so...
他跟 Flora 也处得很好。
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall.
我有看啊，他就是在很边缘
What
呐。
about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when
他
she
3
was
岁的时候
around
父母就
3
去世
years
了
old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
所以 Freya 算是他
Nobody
的
left
侄
her a
女吧。
thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
就是这个家族很有那个就是家族继承人的意识。
You're the one currently basking.
你现在跟他比较熟，你倒是说说。
You tell me.
太小了。好，我想要问他关于这些东西。
I've been carving for a couple of years
这是他自己吧？
now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed.
就是 Freya 教他画图跟雕刻，是不是？
Nowadays, I can make just
教他一些
about
关于
anything
美
I
术
can
的事情。
imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Oh, yeah?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower.
听起来好像是他根本就没有武器，或者是他有武器，他不想让大家知道。
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
不知道这个
What's
是
it
谁
supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course. Surrounded
？Flora
by all her
旁
favorite.
边都是他喜欢的人。Flora 旁边有他喜欢的人，然后有一个这个不知道是谁，跟一只鸡还有 Freya，所以他跟他们的关系蛮亲密的吧？还有什么可以问？这卡
That
带
looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Poppy 的，啊这个嘞，
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
可这个也是 Poppy 的，啊这个嘞，
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall.
吧，这个嘞，
Rather ugly, isn't it?
一掉下来都很难看。
No, years of wind and rain have not been
愚人
kind
雕
to it
像
either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history.
跟
in
Remington 有
some
关。
way, But I can't recall.
信呢？
I'm as confused as you are.
他也不知道。
It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was
可
unable
惜
to
Freya 没有办法
finish
完
it.
成这幅
Nothing
画。
about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly
现代画得很
strange,
怪。
aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic.
Freya 的艺术手法扭曲了某些形
distorts
状，
certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
所以这个很可能不是一个刀吗？ 还是这个鸡的羽毛啊。
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
不知道为什么要裂开了。蛋
Does
呢？
Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away,
好像问他问的差不多了，可以去下一间房间了。
Want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
好，我们去下一间房间。照理来说，他说对面是 Poppy 的房间，然后 Poppy 的房间前面应该还有一个花园吧？可这个地图没有画出来。这是 Freya 的房间，好小哦，而且这个灯。
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment.
好小哦 ，Freya 的房间，Freya 感觉好可怜。
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects. That painting.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
the atmosphere of chaos and
混
oppression?
乱和压迫的
Hang on.
气氛。
There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
这是照片。胶粘的边缘或黑墨水画了几条线。哦呦，感觉很像是那个什么，拉那个叫什么标示出来说是什么这样子。
Painting supplies.
Even though we're halfway, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
这个地上有泥巴。
A pillow with a.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit
It's a
messy.
perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Drawings.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing. One of them's holding a red rose.
哦，他画那个塔里其他人的画像。这是 Fifi， 一个斗篷人。这是那个那个 Poppy 茄子人。然后这个刚刚也有提到，叫 Fizz 吧。
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Just a little trinket.
Let's leave them alone.
It's a fish?
鱼
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine. It's
Could also be a shark.
好像就这样它天花板上有很多小动物，
Maybe
可爱
she。painted them when she was younger. Brush.
They're clean, but they look...
好，好像就这样了。去下一个房间。图书室，
It's an illustrated
It's
book.
been left open.
鸟的绘本
Looks like some.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
这个是墨姬鸟，是不是那个 Flora？ 就是那个 Felix 说跟 Flora 关系很好的鸟，通常只吃菇有树的种子。哦，
Curious. I would expect bacteria
还有
of
那个
that
Fifi
nature
吧
to thrive，
画
in
上
these
有画
conditions.
它。
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something
它眼睛很
I'm
开啊，
missing.
眼睛离中间
May I
20公分，
talk to you?
那么旁边。
Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a
这个塔里面人都很不喜欢跟人好好讲话。
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for
为什么
letting
他
me
们
know.
塔里，
Speaking
他们
of
家
which,
有人
You
死
have now
了
been
都不会有
at
人
the
在
tower
意
for？ over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist,
Fifi Fellow
inventor.
他说他叫 Fifi， 可是他说他叫 Fifi， 可是那个谁 ，Felix 不是说他说的 Fiona 是他吧？所以是他也是
You will need to be
Fiona
more
吗？
specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them.
对啊，所以这样
We'll
他是
only waste
Fiona
valuable
啊。
time.
好
Neither
吧，
of them
没
are
关系。
capable of
所以
murder.
Fifi 就是 Fiona 吗
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or other?
他
Microbiologist.
是微生物
But
学
it is
家
an。insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that
真
thing
的
on
是一
your
个理
head?
工理
Did
工
you make
厨。
that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens
他
instead.
自己
It
做了一个眼
automatically
镜。
adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
好，
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm
是
supposed
我要
to
问
ask
你的，这
you.
是关于什么游戏？
However,
就
you were too
是
slow.
You
我
fancy
等一下
yourself
开
a
那个给
detective
你
too,
看好
Fifi?
了。
I just need to know
我等一下
what
开那个
happened.
案件档
Me
案给你
too.
看。
So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy.
跟
I was
Poppy
in the
一起。
library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to
Poppy 已经
ignore
有
me.
计划了，不想理他，
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and
在
cried.
房间里大哭。
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh,
他常常这样子哦，
Good.
可怜哦。就是这个游
Fifi's
戏是
bedroom should be
哦
unlocked
，Fifi 的
now.
卧室解
Can't
锁了，
wait.
晚点再去。就是这个，就是我们是侦探，然后我们到这个塔，我们现在在这个 Tangle Tower 里面，然后主要案件就是说 Freya Fellow 就这个，他在帮 Flora 画肖像画的时候死去了这样子，然后我们在办案，简单来讲就这样。好，我们继续问他，再问他供
I was
词
in。my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room.
Poppy，
Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me. so I
揍
punched
他
her
一
in the
拳
face.。She insisted
男
that we go
孩
up to Flora's
白痴的，
tower.
不要用男孩的
We left the
账
room,
号啦，
and
你智
Poppy's
障
father
哎！
was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then I took a sample of
所以
the
他
red
们
paint
是
on the
比那
unfinished
个
painting. Poppy
Felix
and I took the
找
sample
到的
back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
好，我们来问他关于其他的问题。
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession,
好像很分析哦。
unknown. Dislikes,
Unknown，
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of
所以
reaching
他也
her,
不知道怎么跟
but I have
他
little
妈妈沟
capacity
通
for。interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great
他
loss,
失去了重要的
something
事。
she has been unable to move beyond.
哦，
Name, Freya Fellow. Age,
好
19.
烦哦，好分析，有点讲话好慢哦。
Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a
这
noticeable
眼睛
degree
分好
of
还真的
discomfort when talking to me.
Ah,
There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this.
啊，
She is very important, and I will not rest until I
所以
understand
Fifi 跟
what
Freya
has
感
happened to
情
her.
很好。
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2, increasingly
这一年
isolated.
跟他越来越那个。
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
去问
The
Papi。
three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age and all highly gifted.
小安
One
安
scientist,，
这个
one
是
artist, and one musician.
这个是一个我们的办案呐、我在跟小鸭，我在为了小鸭打开是这个，打开一次我们这个档案，反正就是我们是那个侦探，然后 Freya Fellow 就这个他在画这幅画的时候过世了，这样子，他在画这个 Flora 的肖像画的时候过世了，我们在办案这样子，然后我在问这个 Fiona 一些问题，
Name, Felix Fellow. Age,
职业
53.
无。
Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible
喜欢收集
monetary
金
value
钱
and
价值
assigning
低廉的
their
物
personal
品，
value. Dislikes, the inescapable
讨厌
realities
人生中
of
不可逃避的
human
现实
existence.。
这游戏感觉很厉害，我也觉得，而且我觉得这个游戏画风超美的，超喜
And,
欢。
is he a good dad?
I have no point of
没有比
comparison,
较过，
but I would say no.
No. Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
我觉得 Fifi 已经是我目前遇到的人里面最好讲话的了。
Or
No, he is quite correct. Name, Fiona Fellow,
业余微生物学家，
19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing
大多数人交际交往中那些多余的表面功夫。
Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
哦，所以 Fifi 是他自己取的、哦。
How come you prefer Grimoire?
how are you related to the other
你
fellows?
所做的片头看起来超优的，芯片的片
His
头看起
father,
来
a
超优
man
的，
named
那是我自
Flint,
己做
was
的
my。uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left
Flint.
Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
Flint，他刚刚说的 Flint 是祖父是不是？那个是我自己做的，而且是我自己画，然后用剪辑软体把它合在一起的，因为我不知道怎么做动画。我要问他一些那个，
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red
红
mountain
血
with
红色的
angry
山
storm
有
clouds
愤怒的
hanging
乌
above it.
云。
As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
Freya 的画
There is a drawing of me,
有一张
a
你的
drawing
画
of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing
，Hawk
of
下
drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Papi 跟 Fizz 的画像，而他看到 Papi 跟 Fizz 的时候，有一点有点
Do you
傻
know
眼。
who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
是 Flora 翻的，所以这个鸟真的是
It is a model of Freya,
真的是这
made by
只
my
吧？
father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
它没有红色颜料可以漆好红色的部分。哎呦，
The red paint on the brush is not paint.
哦，这个是
It
血
is，blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya
调
added
色
the
盘上
blood
的也
to
是
the
血
painting。herself.
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
原来这个是血，啊，这
Fifi,
个嘞
did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
所以它的红色颜料通通都是血，哇哦！
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
所以 Freya 的红色颜料通通都是血，啊，这个他把这个模型这个也是用血，通通都是血，那怎么了？
Is she laughing?
它坏掉了， 他坏掉了。
Is she laughing?
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of
哦，因为
possessions.
Poppy 有很多卡带，所以大家看到卡那个
It has been left
Flick
underwater
那个什么
for an
那个
extended
阿
period of
阿北
time.
看到卡带也说是 Poppy 的。
But why?
I do not know why. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
他是那个我现在看到他是那个
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something.
菲利克的绘画用品很可疑
Let's。ask him about it.
There's something about the image of Flora.
哎呦，拖我好多线索哦。Oh my god！
Something.
Let's ask her about it.
我很在去。我刚刚想说什么？哦，我刚刚想要看这个，这个是铃铛，跟这个是嘴巴，这个是钢琴，这个是鸟叫，哎。所以我们这个游戏，他们常常听到他们在讲关于旋律的事情，是真的，就是真的，他是真的有在刻意强调旋律
Freya
这件
is
事。
normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
哦，他画的很年轻
I。think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such
妈
knife.
没有这样的
But
刀。
then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Wow.
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have
所以最近才裂开的。
happened in the last 2 days.
很可能是在 Freya 落难那天裂开的。
What's in
I'm
those?
not sure. Soil samples?
好，我们突然拿到好多的那个，拿到好多新的线索，我们拿去问。突然有好多新的线索。
Looks like Freya's
Do you
paint.
know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally
哎
in
颜料也是那天才裂开的。我想说，为什么
You seem
Freya
pretty
东西
sure
全部
about
都
that.
裂开？
I've been carving for
他
a
刚刚
couple
是
of
说
years now.
他的那
I
个
was hopeless when I
颜
started,
料
but
有问
it didn't
题
take me long to
要问他
master it,
我们要怎么问
as
他
you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed.
他没有详细的线索哎，我们要怎么问他？
Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
没有，他没有讲新的事情哎。它是颜料。
A little hand painted.
How can you
Well,
tell?
also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
可以说他有一把剑，但是在 Tangle Tower 没有任何武器。菲菲很疑惑，不知道为什么 Felix 在没有用任何红色颜料下画这个画出这个东西，所以还是要再问他是不是？哎，怀疑啊，这里有个怀疑，这里有个怀疑可以问啦。
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What
这个人
exactly?
讲话超心虚的。颜料罐盖子错了，颜色不对，这个不是你的颜料罐。
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, The lid matches the ones on all my
盖
other
子一模
paint
一样。
pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
Freya 的颜料，盖子跟它一样，可是图案跟，Freya， 你看 Freya 的颜料的罐子是 Felix 的罐子哎。
Let's take a closer look.
他们两个被调换了，然后为了隐藏盖子被换
Freya's
了。
red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped
所以
behind it.
所以那个
That
是
red
冲
paint is from
那个
Freya's supplies.
那个
not
有
yours.
血的颜料
Swapping the
是
lids doesn't hide what you
Felix
did.
的。
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
这游戏很不错哎，我觉得。你清空它所有不含，然后锁起来了。是费亚几周前画的，用来画 Flora 之后。这个红色颜料罐，不知道为什么充满了血。
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right. Fine.
所以他是刻意把它调换的吗？
I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just
哦，所以
paint.
他给 Freya 的换罐子
And
的
the
时
paint
候
pot
是
for this
空
design
的。
was definitely empty.
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
哇哦！
Just used a different color.
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Nah, well, I decided against
发生
it
这件
in
事，
the
他
end.
决定不送了。
After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
好，我们就问他。虽然我觉得他应该不会讲话，可是还是问一下。
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's
我
hand.
觉得这不一定是
It's creepy.
刀子。
But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
Flora 不讲话，他会讲话吗？我觉得那不是
It's
刀
not。a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
女生的声音很好听，我也觉得蛮好听的。我觉得是鸟的羽毛。
Let's take a closer look at this.
哎，是这个，是这个，是这个羽毛。
The painted
哦，
knife
我好
is
聪明啊！
just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape.
所以它根本
But
不
the
是
book's
刀
not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
这个模型，
This little thing?
这
I
个
don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
Flora 不是喜欢这个鸟吗？是 Flora 的宠物，是 Panty 的宠物，好纪念它。是 Panty 的宠物，墨姬鸟是 Panty 的宠物 ，Panty 是哪一个？是菲比实验的一部分，是 Flora 的宠物，所以他养了。
The ink dip
错了，
bird was Penny's pet, so she kept a single feather.
这很像啊。
Almost. Maybe just change one.
Flora 和这些红白相间的鸟是怎么回事？是 Flora 的宠物，所以他养了
The ink
一根羽毛。
was Flora's pet, so
哦，
she
因为他之前有
kept
养，
a
是不
single
是？
feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
反正就他之前有
Flora
养。
spends all her time staring out the window.
哦，所以
By the
Flora
way,
才不说
she kept the 话。 feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
哇，这个游戏真的很
Alright.
不错哎。
So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally, this is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
应该就是这个蛋吧？
But we opened it. It's empty.
嗯哼，
Completely empty.
不说话吗？点，他说话了吗？
Flora?
他说话了吗？
She's pointing at something in the
他
corner
指
of the room.
他有
Just
指
a pile of books. Wait, there's something.
好可爱哦！送你的，爱你的 Freya 啵。上面有画 Flora 和一只小鸟。哦，Freya 画给 Flora 的，Freya 画给他的。哎，然后嘞？
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
Flora 不能讲话，我好希望他可以帮助我们。好像有这个英文检验语法理解，不然很难懂，会吗？还好吧？会吗？会很难懂吗？
After
I
all,
don't know if you can the sudden absence of
哦，你是说那个脑力激荡的部分啊？我觉得还可以啦。
have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
我一直觉得他要讲话了。好，好，我们去看其他的房间。哦，这个游戏真的是好刺激哦。菲菲的房间，菲菲有一只熊熊哎、
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being
I'm innocent, I promise.
这两个人在干嘛？
save it for the judge.
靠腰。
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's
that's
nothing.
even worse.
It's a magnifying.
How come you
Not
don't
a
have
foundation.
one?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You can pull off the pipe.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this.
哦，可以，应该是可以拼出一个钥匙造型。它有不同的倍率，这个是减， 这个是加，再加，这应该要减加。这样可以吗？
I guess
The
that's
four lenses, so they must each.
我
have
觉得
a
我这样弄得很好啊。还是这样。
nope.
You need to magnify. Looks like you might need to open.
我觉得我这样弄得很好啊，这样不行吗？他们这样没有完美吻合吗？方案都有移开，来看一下。这个这么大，这个就要用这个感觉就要用剪啊，它这么大。然后还是加给这个。哦，这样好像不错哦。啊，加给他。哦，这样子，
That's the one.
终于有它有size，它的每一个尺的 size 都不一样。
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah. There's a book in here.
里面有书、密碼日記。
Where's it?
Yeah, a simple trick.
好，我们来看一下
What。is all this?
哎，为什么我们才来这边一天，他已经画好我们的这个脸了？这是 face 嘛 ？face 跟这是一种什么恋爱关系图吗？啊，他刚刚说这个是一个侦探，我们刚刚还没，我们现在还没遇到他。然后这个是 Papi 的爸爸吧？所以他跟他有关系，又跟他有关系。好
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
，Freya 跟 Fifi 不在里面。
That's a whole crystal.
Unless they're kind of dusty.
看有没有什么其他线索。
Box of stuff.
Scientifically,
一堆垃圾。
stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage? I give it 5 minutes before you're.
觉得好像差不多这样了。
But it
我觉得我们要我们先全部逛完好了，我们先把可以逛的逛完，然后再去问好了。先把可以问，我现在很想问，我想要问 Fifi 关于这张图。
Freya drew
哎，
these,
不是这
Yeah,
张
I
图，
think so.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
秘密日记呀、
My book.
，My book，
What's in it?
Pages.
他不想讲。我觉得他喜欢 Freya， 哎，他刚刚那一幅画里面也没有画他跟 Freya。这个信问他，
Curious.
所以这个信跟他也无关。好，我们就直接去其他的房间。哦，这个应该就是那个侦探吧？
Bushes.
There's a metal plaque.
Is there a
on it.
message?
I think there was. Someone scratched
有
it
人把
off.
上面字刮掉了。
Is that a?
If it is,
看一下这个钟，哦，
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the
so
time.
what does it do?
直到4跟指针都在正确的位置。不太懂哎。哦，这个会转动它，这个会哦，他们是这样子相连的哦。好难哦，好难哦，救命啊！ 好难哦。好难，好难，这个我之后再
Just
看
gonna。rest my brain.
哈哈哈哈。
Whoa, nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
好凶哦，这个
And
人
this。is my sidekick, Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Hawkshaw。
Nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between
他不
myself
跟我
and my
们说他是来
client.
办什么案子。
Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
好，我们可以开始询问
It's
他
not
了
in。my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception.
这个是他头发还是帽子啊？
Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours.
133个小时
5 and
是
a half
5天
days.
班。
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
感觉他对这个疤有阴影。
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an
除了
atmosphere
灰
of
尘和
somber
忧郁的气
Was
氛，
Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky,
他一直盯着天
out the
空
open。window. Didn't say a word. Although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
所以他前一天
Towards the early evening,
听
my
他讲供
examination of the
词
library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall.
他来的时候
and
，Printer
begun
教他看到
the
Printer
staircase.
教授刚上去
Our
而已。
eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in
所
the
以他
stone
就先
square.
回去了。
As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards
他
the
回到他
stone
的
square.
石头广
The
场，
grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An
大家都在
unremarkable
塔
hour
上，
passed
只有他一个
before
人
the
待
gardener
着。
finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
昨烈又拖
Did
泥
you
带
seem
水。
upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
所以他没有到现场去看吗？
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps.
几乎不
An
睡
hour
觉，
here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time
其他时间都在
staring
看
up at the
天
sky.
空。
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching.
聪明的
I didn't know how she did it.
Freya，
I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
有迹象，
I do not wish to do your job
自己的
for
推
you,
自己做。
detective. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
没什么值得
I
记
think
录
he
的
knows。more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so
他讲话很无趣。他自己嘞，
314
解决
cases solved.
314起案件。Green 我觉得羡慕。好，我们问他其他东西。可是我觉得好像没什么好。
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
我自己是觉得我破解了啦。
That's a no then.
我自己是觉得我知道他们是什么意思，但是应该是还没有那个叫什么信，
Conveniently left
没有署名。
anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No.
No，
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
颜料，
Mm-hmm.
他好像
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
Freya 的画，
When did Freya draw the picture?
他有
of the
画，
workshop?
对啊，他有画这
I
个侦
didn't
探欸。
model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
嗯，
You truly consider this a
直接被嘲笑。
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless...
我自己目前的想法，我觉得 Freya 是自己
Surely you don't believe
用
in
自
that
己
kind
的
of
血
thing.
耶。
A detective's job is to examine every avenue. of
可是听这个侦探说 Freya 应该是遇刺的。
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
好，先这样，我们先往继续走。我是猫吗？
Hanging baskets.
To you,
They're
mate.
only 2 inches.
2 inches makes all.
That's a handsome
Looks
feat.
like he might.
Tools used by gardening.
先看他，他一直在看我们，
Sally, don't move.
也在监视我们。
Being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big.
他
to
太
hide in
大
the
了
bushes.
他好可爱哦，他有一种
Is anyone going
大
to
猫
say
的感
anything?
觉。
Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry. Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
你为什么这么高？
I don't know.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house.
哎，这里很扭曲哎，你们看得清楚吗？这一坨很扭曲哎。
What?
哎，这个旁边的空气都很扭曲哎。
Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like...
假装你在跟一个有点笨人讲话吗？
Slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
哇，他讲话很长啊。
No. I'm just the gardener.
昨
I
天
was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later.
Penelope 是那个头上有一只鸟的那个吧？
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
听他讲供词。
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound
不
human.
像人发出来的尖叫声。
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I
跟
not
Poppy一
mention
起
that?。Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door
感觉
down?
很可能是鸟哎。
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw
所以
anything.
他后来去跟
I
侦探
found her
讲这件
pacing
事。
back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
所以侦探没有到现场。我给他看这幅画。
Fitz, one of these drawings
你
is
送
of
花
you
给
in the rooftop
Poppy
garden,
哦。
I think? With Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done? How odd. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her
可以
instead.
去问 Penelope。
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past. It's incredibly
很难种。
difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
还有什么可以问的？目前好像没有什么可以问他的。
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting
所以
of?
他有食物吗
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
所以他知道这是什么。其实我觉得这幅画长得蛮像那个侦探的，我不知道你们怎么想。其他东西好像跟他比较无关诶。
Fitz's room is unlocked.
This could be interesting.
妻子的房间解锁了，我要问他关于其他人的事。
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she
他
didn't.
们有
You
收
sure?
这里，
Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs
哦，
inside.
他房间有一
She'd
个盒
say,
子，
put all the troublemakers in
他
there.
拿来养昆
Every
虫
day
的
I'd。put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
菲菲呢？
Fifi doesn't like me.
菲菲当然不喜欢你啊，你跟
I'm not
Papi 这么
sure.
好。
If you find out, maybe you can let me know. I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any
他不会
additional
让任何人
suffering
受不必要的
for
苦。
anyone.
Flora 跟
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money.
Money，
But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just
这个
about to
男
say
主，
the same
这个主人公根本就是一个白痴。
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh,
他好可爱
I
哦。
see.
OK，现在看
A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea.
看这个图表，看不懂。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
This
Okay, that is...
looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
果树盆栽。对，我们应该都之后
It's glad.
Total
I am not.
应该都是先
It's
把
bigger.
这边看完再问吼。问他关于这个盆栽。
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
用土壤
And
的，
it
用
makes the
湖里的
fruit
水。
grow all shiny and gemstony.
Sometimes, you never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny inedible fruit?
产量却不能吃的水果。
You look at it.
欣赏它。好，我们去他的房间开了，我们去他的房间看。这戏子房好空，
And
Looking at it,
why?
I don't know.
好空哦。
It's a little inside. It says, "To Fitz from PP."
PP 给 Fizz 的信，
Yes.
Something. It's probably just a rock.
You sure?
That
Looks pretty
healthy. I think it would rather
这
be
有个箱
outside.
子。
Hello.
Not hidden.
Doesn't need to be. It's
哦
a，combination, sort of.
把它们拼起来。哦，这样子，这个，然后我们绕着这一颗好了，绕着这个好了，绕着这一片走，就是这个。主播也很激动哦，会吗？哦，一个箭头样的，这个，然后下面就是水滴，
There we go.
Perfect.
里面有东西吗
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped up. That's kind of ominous.
？PPFF， 哎呦，他们这个是小情侣哎。
Not every room is going to be full.
It's
I
locked.
thought we were halfway.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
划开盖子，将图块移到正确的位置。
Nothing.
The tiles have all...
Those moon symbols.
Maybe they're connected. But
啊，
Nope.
Maybe the
Where is it?
somewhere else.
所以可能有其他线索。
Let's come back once we know.
我们可以拿那个铲子去问 Fitz 了，我们去问那个 PPFF 的铲子啊，啊，是不是你跟你女朋友一起做的啊？
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
所以他不会用
That
这个，
wasn't what she asked.
他不想说，他为什么要隐瞒他跟那个 Puppy 的关系？音乐室，哎，这个是不是跟那个他弹的歌一样？
Oh, whatever it is.
Well, it is. We gotta
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
哎，这个是那个愚人呢？这个是不是跟那个粉红色的那个给 Freya 的一样？
Whatever they are. It's like a little parade of.
1,
Yep.
25, 4.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
啊，他刚刚说什么？
1, old
一
wooden
个老
bookcase.
书柜，
25,
25
dry
个
old
旧
books.
书，
4,
4个蜡烛。
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
好，没有，我不知道。
Who plays the
It's
vi-
so I'm guessing nobody.
哎，这个旋律真的跟那个粉红色的那个给 Freya 一样，好恐怖哦，吓我一跳。
That's rude.
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist.
他好恐怖
13
哦，
years of dedicated practice.
已经13年的专注练习。
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor.
他爸就是
spends most of
Printer
his
教
time
授。
hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
他们3个
Do
年纪
people
都一样。
ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
昨天
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes,
他的房
I
间
like，
他的
to
房间在
feel
哪里？
private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there,
哦，所以 Fifi 一直
I
哭，
thought-
因为
I checked
他
her
没有过去
bedroom,
找他
but。it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way.
所以 Fifi 在里
So
面
I
哭了一
went
整
back
天。
upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
好，先
Fitz
听
and
共
I were
识。
up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
哦，
I've
他
been
们
trying
两
to
个
decide
房间
how
跟
to
那个花园是
describe it,
通的。
but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal. But different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
他跟 Fitz 都在一起吧？
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth.
想是问他关于 Fizz 的事情。
Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
他朗诵一首诗。啊，每个人他都会讲。还没下班，但是狗还没下班。
She sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. With surging tide, the waves are thrown.
哦，我的天哪！我要认真的看他的诗啊。
On its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
好想，真的我也想看他的头型哎，他的头到底是不是像茄子一样
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the
面对死寂无声的空间里，勿慌勿怕。
soundless space. Foregone drifter.
遭到放逐的漂泊者。
Is a shadow seeker past? Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make round a room.
Fifi 呢？
Between the lips, a
含着银汤匙太快写就的故事。
all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly.
他心之所向之处，选择离开的不公。
Lost her liberation lays in the center.
真是看不懂，我看不懂他关于，无法理解他关于 Fifi 的那个。
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Never seen him use it.
所以这个 Fizz 自己做的吗？我以为那个 PP 是 Poppy 耶。
Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive.
还是 Poppy 只
I
是
guess,
假装没看过。
but kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
可是他这个跟他刚刚弹，这个跟他刚刚弹的是一样的歌哎。
This is mine.
这个就真是他的了。
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
他1年前给 Freya。
It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. See how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
喇叭
Look
雕
at
像。
me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when
有人
somebody
趁他
else
不
has
在的
touched
时候
the
来
piano.
过这里，然后这个卡带他说不是他的，
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
原本是
He just
Penelope
gets the
的。
most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
All right. Poppy.
Poppy 的卧室解锁了。等一下，这个卡带是送给 Freya。哎，这感觉就是上面还有那个线索，只是没有跑出来。这个照片问他一下，他很恐怖哎，他一定要那个噔吗？很恐怖哎。对啊，这游戏很酷。我那时候看到我就觉得画风很漂亮，然后又是解谜的，我就买了。
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a
反复出现的噩梦。
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
还有什么？信
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed
没有
to
收件人，
anyone
也没有署名
or。signed by anyone?
目前看到人都对于这个信没有
Or they're trying
什么说法。
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda
必须对他很不
impatient
耐
with
烦
me。recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
先这样好了。我们去看他的房间吧。哦，他的房间是这里。先去看他房间好了。这头发感觉摸起来很舒服，他头发看起来超蓬蓬 QQ 的感觉，对不对？
A big glass door leads out into a
There's a
garden.
little mechanism.
这里有个锁。哦，它的跟那个跟 Fizz， 哎，在这里没有。我知道了，它的这个跟 Fizz 的是一样的。我知道了，
I guess we'll come back later.
我现在就要去破它。对啊，先不要好了。
It's a metro.
这啥？
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's
Not
supposed.
sure what those symbols are though.
使用按钮旋转4个节拍器。
There we go.
Perfect.
不知道为什么就解开了。
What happened?
Little hat.
Anything in there?
有个照片在里
Parts
面
of a，photograph.
金发少女，亮粉红色的入放机还带着成套的，这个长得很像 Poppy 啊，对不对？只是粉红色的 Poppy。我们等一下拿去给 Poppy 看。
Oh, wouldn't want it to be.
What do you think this?
Hopefully.
It's a
No,
no.
it has 6. Don't
看
say
一
it.
下还有没有什么
Sextopus.
That?
I thought
This
that-
is a vampire who
什么
needs.
东西可以看？
More handwritten sheet music. More handwritten.
它地
sheet
上有个
Ah, yes, a giant.
有一个魔法
music.
阵
It's an
啊，
eye.
这是眼睛哦。
Anything?
Dresses mostly. Never realized there were so many shades.
钢琴
There's, you know, sheet music.
It's only a few.
It's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
零散的乐谱。我们先去解那个 Fizz 房间的那个
A big
锁。
out into a
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
这个是这个跟这个好。
I guess we'll come back later.
等等，
a big glass leads
There's
out.
a little mechanism.
它这个应该是这样解吧？长这样吧？
Nothing.
Oh,
Those other symbols.
I think it is.
嗯，还是这样。我记得它长这样。
Something
That must
happened.
be it.
哦，
I
And
still feel like we made.
好，我们去解 Fizz 房间的。好远哦，要这样绕。
It's locked.
I thought
we are.
What's that thing by the handle?
按着忽略了。
It's
I
locked. We
thought,
are.
What's that thing by the?
这个，然后这样吗？
Nothing.
The tiles.
Those.
Maybe they're connected.
It made a noise.
I guess that was it. Finally.
Whatever.
开了，我们过去看。花园，好可爱哦！这，这里好多鸟的羽毛，
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
没有一根羽毛是墨姬鸟的。
That's one big.
Or one very small. It's a rose. Apart from a
The
couple.
roses
aren't
exactly.
a little.
It looks. See those metal?
Oh, yeah.
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them.
有
and
坏
then-
掉的金属杆，
He's playing a
He's
lute.
also.
Well, they're
戴
not
着
part
耳
of the
机在
statue,
弹琴
and
那
they're
个
not
雕像，
headphones. They're earmuffs.
这是耳罩，好可爱哦！这个地方很多这个鸟人雕像，
An egg statue. Well, either they have a
还有蛋的
skull.
雕像
An。egg has got to be the easy.
哎，上面好多小鸟哦。
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. The door.
然后
into
这是
the-
Poppy 的房间
I，guess
这里是 Fizz 的房
It's-
间。
Yeah. Okay. I'm
这个
glad.
桥
All，bridges are that.
这个花园好漂亮哦。不过好像就这样了。我们拿去问他。他又蹬，每次都会吓我一跳。
I don't know what that is.
装傻啊 ，Poppy。
Considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a
我
bunch
觉得
of
这个
stuff
是以
hidden
前的
in there.
Poppy 耶。
I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
不想跟我讲话了。
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
是你放的。
Found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
今天早上。
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure.
8个
It's
音符。
literally 8 notes.
好，我们来
I
听。
have it memorized.
“噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔”，对啊，他们两个就很明显就有一腿啊！你看这个他画这个图，还有那个 Fifi 他墙上画那个“噔噔噔噔噔噔
I see a lot
噔
of birds up in the
噔”。
rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
好，我们先把这些逛完，再拿线索去问其他人好了。我们越找越多线索，这样一个问不完。我觉得今天我就把大家都……啊，算了，我现在先不多说。
Oh, just beautiful. What
这
is
个鸟人，
Huh?
sort of a delicate jade? But what's
Sorry?
your hair, dear?
他说他的头发很
What
漂
shade
亮
do。you use? It's lovely. And that shape. You're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer. Pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables.
Penny
Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth.
没有
don't
错，
you
很
think?
浮夸，而且很难念。
Sure. Yeah.
我先逛一下，
We can get into
Now, like, right now? Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow.
看起来很邪恶的蝴蝶，好多鸟鸟哦，超可爱
Is
的。
that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
A little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
Bird
They're beautiful. Someone.
这有
I
镜子，
don't like mirrors.
How do you get your
I do
hands?
by weight. I can feel if one
他
side.
是凭重量弄的。对啊，最浮夸的就他。
And
And
especially
it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
3个怪鸟哎、
I feel like I'm standing.
好像已经可以跟 Penelope Penny 就叫她 Penny 吧 ，Penelope 太难念了。
Love to travel, and nearly all of my friends
20几岁
are birds.
都是鸟。
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the
他真的很夸张
No
哎
matter where I
很好
go,
笑哎
I
他。
always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him. Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you
她老
know?
公吗？
My fiancé, dear Fitz.
哈 ，Fitz 是他的 Beyonce。
Traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're
我以为
engaged to a member of
我以
the
为他
royal
跟
family? That's interesting.
我以为他跟
I'm not especially
Pointer
interested in whatever tedious
Pointer
feuding goes
教
on
授
between
哎
the two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
我的天哪，这个游戏怎么回事
I
啊？
woke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn every morning. like
而且
clockwork.
就在我们觉得 Fitz 跟 Poppy 有一腿的时候，知道这件事情，
Great deal of work
真是
to do
太
every day,
惊人了。
watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went
他下午回去了。
rather suddenly as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after
难怪
that?
Poppy 不承认，对，难怪 Poppy 不承
I
认
returned，to the aviary.
难怪他们都不承认。
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
400只，
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
好，听供词。
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back
所以
towards my
所以
room.
Pointer 叫的是他爸，是不是？
In the hall, I
哦，他
spotted
叔叔
Uncle
哦。
Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too. Standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
他的脸看起来超不爽的，他脸为什么这么不爽？好，我们来问他关于其他人的问题。先问 Fitz 吧
Isn't。he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
他这个人真的很浮夸，
Kinda something,
很烦欸，他
I can
好
never
烦
tell
躁哦。
what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
That just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them.
Burn
Your
them.
awful eyes.
Why would
所以
Poppy
他跟
lie to
Poppy
us?
有那
Because
个
that's what she does.
有
She's
心结啊。
a snake. looks like one too.
有心
Don't you think
结
it's a
啊
little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
他先开始的。
She mostly ignores me if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh, I mean, well, you don't need to.
No, no. It's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She'd sit in the aviary. First thing in the
坐在
morning.
鸟舍里画
and
鸟。
paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabel, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre,
哦，是他取的名字
Zenobia.
哎，
Thanks. For my 21st birthday, she gave
感
me
觉
a
Freya
phone
对大家都蛮和善的，
all the birds
都会画
this
给
spring,
很多人礼物。
with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
算
A
是
little，bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet.
真的你们两个
I
差
dare
太
say
多
I'm，a
你话
little
好
too
多哦。
loud for her.
I can see that.
Flora 完全
I
不
do
讲话
admire。her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I
Ouch.
said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into.
哎，我好像真的该把所有人都见完，然后再
Let
一个一个
themselves
问。
be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She's a most unsavory little.
好气。
She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a
稻草
scarecrow.
人的鬼魂，
I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave
所以是 Uncle
herself.
Pointer 叫他来的
Professor
吗？
Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
对，我们不知道，谢谢。线索，
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
听起来三个名字还超
Forgotten all three of those names.
马上就
Which
记不
one is
起来。
which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most
最有耐
patient,
心，最有节奏感，
best
谁看得
sense
出
of
来啊？
Glad we cleared that up.
谢谢
What
你，
about
你
the one
解
on
释
your
的真
head?
是仔细。
On my head? It's just my hat.
哦，那是
It
帽
doesn't
子。
have a name. Who would name their hat?
羽毛呢？
Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
大部分都很
What
普通
happened。to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
哎，我要问他这个鸟，
Somebody taken an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It
最后一
was
只
the
了，是
last
Flora 养的
The。very last.
Oh.
那
What's that bird? Well, these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
这个画像呢？
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
好像
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
我以为它可以讲出什么。
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it.
我要给他看那个 Poppy 跟 Fizz 的那个画。
Heyo.
Very nice.
他很气
You've
耶。
seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
他好气哦。
Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
问铲子
Edible
吗？
too.
哎，对耶，那个 PP 搞不好是他哎。对耶。
At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
对耶。
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
他没有说什么哎，他不说哎。他们都不给这个铲子任何那个。不过感觉这个 PP 应该是 Penny， 因为既然 Poppy 不能，既然 Poppy 不能让大家知道他跟 Fizz 有关系，那会是，而且会在那个树上到处刻那个 PPFF， 感觉也是 Penny 会做的事。给他看照片，什么照片？
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
所以这个真的是以前的 Poppy 耶。
In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
所以这个应该是以前的 Poppy。还有什么好问？
Terrible.
怎么
You
了？
recognize it?
Color scheme.
这个配色，3种不同的粉红色，很烦呢。
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone.
真的，我对三人姐没有兴趣了，好想要
That's cute.
知道他们3个之间到底是啊。好了，我们，哎，这个应该是 Penny 的房间吧？好多鸟鸟，好可爱！我是觉得这个鸟鸟超可爱的。
That bed.
Does
童话
it
故
feel
事床
warm over here?
No, you're right.
It's
It's
not
not
coming
cheap.
from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
That bed.
Does it feel
No,
it's
you're-
not coming from the bed?
This.
Two
What does
I
that?
don't know.
好多
Traveling case.
旅行箱，
All of them.
That's
There's
some.
something that just feels
Hoa.
out of place.
这个盆栽花，帽子，
Never get
The
the.
mannequins don't have eyes.
That's not. A little tease.
One of the
What's in the
小
other
茶
one?
具，鸟食。
It's a
Are
bird.
those real?
哎呦，
Nope.
They're using up all the perches.
调整7个鸟的位置。这个是不是颜色啊？我觉得是这样。
I got it.
我真的是聪
I'm
明。
impressed. Did the door open?
Now I'll get her。现在我要对付她。有红色的花瓣，屋顶花园红玫瑰。哎呦，哎呦，他房间我应该逛完了。我要先去问线索，还是先逛完再一次问线索？太多线索要问了，太多人太多事要问了。好了，我们终于遇到我们最后一个人了。
Listen.
他脸好长哦，
The stars. They're
他
whispering
脸好长，
so
被哈哈
quiet
镜照过的
and
脸。
yet
他的头好像一个屋
so
顶。
loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could the speck of dust start by
尘
calling
埃
his
先
name?
生，
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well
他
observed.
秃
my
头还拿
dear.
2片都没有假
Tangle
发。
Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really.
这是一个
They
奇怪的
exist
天文学家
only
吗
in our minds.
他的眼睛怎么长这样啊？好了好了，赶快问他问完。
Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And
他是
a
Poppy 的
professional
爸爸。
No, no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh, dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return. Nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos.
对我向宇宙问好。我要去上个厕所，我去尿个尿，等一下再回来。OK 了。
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me
奇异
towards
的
the
命
fellow
运之力
tower
将你
later
引
that
向了
evening.
Fellow 塔。他没有听到那个奇怪的声音吗？
A...
I would look at
我先把他这些看一看。哎呦，
Wait a minute, that's in the middle. How old is this thing?
这个地球、太阳。
Nothing.
So there are two rotate the planets and
旋
rotate
转
the
行
sun
星
and
或者
moon.
旋转太阳和月亮。那我要怎么？哎，好，我之后再解。
Just gonna rest my brain. A
They're in
spot?
very good condition. There's something kind of just
Oh, does
expected.
it not compare to...
It's also daytime. So
So,
even the most
他没有什
well-used
么其
notebook.
他的哎，
So even the most well-used.
好像除了这个之外没有其他的。这个我是不是一定要现在把它解完？我是不是要现在把这个解完啊？
I would look at.
怎么办？ 太阳、月亮、地球。太阳、月亮。还是他这个是？这个是要？哎，我不懂哎，有没有人懂啊？哎，还是这样。然后，这样子吧，对不对？
Nothing.
So there are two take the planets.
感觉是这样哎，等一下，可是，哦，这样子，哎，等一下，等一下，这样，这样。
I guess
I
that.
think you just need to get the shadows to line
啊，
up.
这样不对，这样子嘞，
Nope.
The sun and moon need to be at
太
1
阳
o'clock
在1点和
and
5
5.
点
The
钟位
shape on the
置。
base is symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which is which.
啊，我这样做不对吗？我觉得我这样很对啊。哦，这样啦，
That's the one.
傻眼，他们两个叠在一起。
There's a
A
little.
bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
金甲虫，地狱捕食者，看这种神秘生物招来厄运。这有一个这个，哎，等一下，我们的线索很多都有贴东西，是不是？哦，不过好像不足为凭，算了，好吧，我们继续问他吧。哎，这个罐罐了，有没有东西
The
吗？
bell
What do
jar,
people-
the-
好，
There's something.
Oh.
供词听供词，哎，供词听了吗？供词听了吗？还没听
I。was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then.
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to
可
Flora's
是
tower.
可是那个
Freya
侦
was
探
laying
说
on her back.
，Pointer 教授有对他吼叫，哎，
Flora and Fitz were already there. They both
他
looked
们的说法
stoic as
有一点
ever.
点不一样
Felix
哦
and。Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her, but I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I began
这一
to
年多
notice
来
her by herself,
他常常一个人待
wandering the
着。
gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. I don't especially want... Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of
新
Jupiter
的卫
instead?
星。
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At
对
this
啊，
moment in time,
他们的讲法有一点点
until
不一
she
样。
marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
他好像很不喜欢 fellow 家人。
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
他们住在一起，因为我觉得应该是 Remington 家族，就是像他刚刚说的 Poppy 的妈妈跟 Flora， 她是 Remington 家族的，然后反正就是我觉得应该就是 Printer 跟就是那个 Printer 家跟那个 Fever 家都娶了 Remington 家，所以他们两家才合在一起吧，我是这样想啦。不过应该是
What
这
do
样。
you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the Fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
感觉之后可以再回去看一次那个族谱，应该
yes,
会有不一样
the heiress of
的。
Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes
他是
charge.
Tangle Tower 的
I
继承
dare
人
say
哦。
she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
还有谁？哎，问他这
Hard
个。
to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous,
所有
and
侦
thorough.
探都精明、
Then, of
严谨又
course,
细
I
心
met you.。
遇到你之后改观了，超过分的。
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
手动作很多哎。
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
好怪哦。
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid.
他为什么？
I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
好，还有什么可以问？看一下哦。问他关于信。
Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
单身狗到家了站哦。
Peculiar.
感觉这个是他写的，哎。
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
昨天那个游戏破完没有啊？我想说不要一次玩完一个游戏，这样我的 YouTube 才可以同时更新2个系列，哈哈。
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
他手指跟他讲话超烦的。
What a precious photograph.
这应该是以前的
She hasn't changed a
Poppy
bit,
吧
has she? Who? Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
问他关于
my.
Poppy 的事。
This is the first piece that Primrose ever learned on the piano. Primrose
不会啦，
is
我那么
Poppy's
聪
mother.
明。
She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything,
好，
Poppy
小鸭问问
still
题。
has it up on her wall.
雕像
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
问他问题好像都没有什么。
I've seen those earmuffs
哦，他以前看过这个耳
before.
罩
They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's
是
out the
Fitz
front
的耳罩。
gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
你的影片字幕是程式里面的吗？是剪辑软体的啊，我是剪辑软体用的，我是用绘声绘影。我看一下啊、卡
I
带。
haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
感觉很像，
Possessions are fleeting, my friends.
感觉很像这个卡带，感觉是粉红石后的 Poppy 送给 Freya 的。
That's all the
Let's
statements.
go over them all.
回顾一遍，我们听完所有供词了。对啊，可以。好，我们来思考一下可疑的陈
That's
述。
all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound.
他听到
It
声
lasted
音，
about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun the fellow staircase.
我想到
As I
了，
was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me,
我
so
揍
I
他的
punched her
脸。
in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A minute later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to
好
wait
长哦。
outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
可疑的陈述。
That's all the statements.
Let's to see if anyone's.
That too.
哎，可是我记得那个 Felix 他不是说他是先听到有一个人下去，然后才看到 Poppy 下去，对不对？好吧，没关系，我们现在先一个一个回去问好了。真的很烧脑，这是解谜游戏嘛，没办法。问他关于其他人事好了。
Name: Poppy Pointer. Age: 19. Profession: oh. Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of.
还没来访的耶诞节幽灵。
Name: Fitzfellow. Age: 24. Profession: cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Crypto botanist?
神秘植物学家
I。thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot, and you've got to be.
他身高超180，你只有
What's
150。
your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
他看到 Feed 拿着一把刀上去 Pointer Tower。
Name: Percival Pointer. Age: 57. Profession: none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name: Hawkshaw. Age: unknown. Profession: private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly
经
badgered
常
by
被一个拿着
weirdo
写
nerds.
字板的怪胎叔在纠缠，就是你呀、啊、！Penny，
Name: Penelope Pointer. Age: 27. Profession: ornithologist. Likes: birds. Dislikes: insects. Notes: Penelope is very beautiful.
他觉得
I've never
Penelope 很
had
漂
very
亮。
much in common with her.
有啦，你们头发颜色是一样的啦。哎、我要给他看这个。
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
他看到 Poppy 的旧东西就会疯掉哎、
Laughing?
他不想要
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well,
他看到 Poppy 的旧东西就直接疯掉、
Then
欸。
how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next. Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
in the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
感觉这个应该要拿去问
In
Fitz，
fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
跟昆虫有关。
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the
啊，我要拿
connections
刚刚那个
between
柔
all
烂的
matter
纸
in
去
the
问
universe,
Penny。
living or inanimate.
其实我有点困扰，这个游戏我要怎么剪成影片？我先拿那个柔烂纸去问 Penny， 趁我现在还记得。
That's rather strange.
他不想讲，
We found
他
it
不
in
想
the room.
说。
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really
对
none
啊
of your，business.
剧情很多，而且又有到处问的问题。
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic.
他们都没有对于这封信有。哎，这个花
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more.
他们口渴的时候会发出声音。
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me,
是
I
谁？
think it's a little vulgar.
树的呢喃细语，谢谢 follow。
There's something about the report of Fitz going up.
一直塔楼上的报告怪怪的。
Let's ask him about it.
好，我们现在去问他。我们有线索了。
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room.
Penny 房间的花也怪怪的。
Something.
Let's ask her about it.
我不是问过了吗？好，我们先问他的怀疑。
Fitz, I have a report that
谢
you
谢
were
创世
seen
枪神3的 follow。
Pointer Tower. Holding.
哦，对，还有
a
拿着一
knife.
把刀的这件
That's
事。
not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much.
我也觉得他不会做
Yeah,
蹑手
she
蹑
was
脚的事。
mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi 谎称，我觉得 Fifi 不会谎称，我觉得应该是这个，他应该是拿其他东
But he
西。
was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
那个铲子吧，这个铲子吧，
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
不是这个哦。怎么突然这么多 follow？ 夏眠啪啪，谢谢 follow。啊，这个花在 Penny 的房间。
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
啊？
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
那个啊，跟这个土一样啊，跟这个土
Let's
一
take
样
a
啊。
closer look at these.
土壤一样啊。在佩妮的房间里吻合。
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden. Almost. Maybe just change.
它不对。哦，温室的、啊
The。pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me
还
guess.
想装
Penny's
蒜啊
flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
他送给
Took
Penny
me
的
a
花
long。time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again.
所以他对
when
Penny
she's
其实
not
是
there.
care 的。
Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep
那
it
他跟
alive.
Poppy 的关系又是？
little chart of... Actually, I have no idea.
等一下，我想看一下那个，好吧。
What do you make?
Not a whole lot.
问他那个，问他关于 Penny 好了。
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
感觉 Fizz 很 care Penny 哎，哇，
Good.
问了之后又觉得跟原本想的又不太一样。
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that.
他们是朋友吗？
Blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you like?
还是只是 Poppy 喜欢他而
She's
已？
very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
每个人都要问一下
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
这游戏真是太好玩了。可是应该很难剪成精华。
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
他不说
I've seen beetles with brightly colored
他看过
shells,
甲虫。
metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
感觉那个 Flix 很爱钱，应该可以问他。
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
他们是红色的啊，那个
Wait, those are mine. The
耳罩。
earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
对啊，感觉只能剪一
I
些
wear
好
them
笑
while
的
I'm
地方。
gardening, and it
而且他
stops
们
people
对
from
话的
trying
部
to
分太
talk to
多
me.
了。
That's genius.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course. A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
刚刚还有另外一个线索，对不对？关于 Penny 的。
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
他们是玫瑰花
They're
瓣
from
吧？
red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
证明有红玫瑰的证据。我是不是没有办法证明？这个吗？
That almost makes... But it's not
不
right.
是，
That's not right.
红玫瑰证据，这个吗？
That's not right.
啊？
That's not right.
红玫瑰证据。这个。
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't
他有
imagine what
箭头，
they're
好
getting
笑。
at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are
所以
you
他是娘娘
accusing me
帮他拿的吗 ？Penny 的鸟，用来贿赂、偷窃来自
One of Penny's birds
好像不
was
对。
stolen from Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. Almost. Maybe just...
决定去屋顶花园怎么去的？因为他们在策划谋杀，让他们
One
注
of
意
Penny's birds was stolen from Poppy and Fitz and distracted.
啊！
Nope.
偷窃来自被送给了用来杀死、用来监视、用来监视。
One of
但
Penny's
没有用。
birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz, but it didn't work. Almost. Maybe
他
just
说
change
almost
one
应该
thing.
是
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and distract them. Almost. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a
我
clue
们
to
有
compare
线
with
索，
Penny's
我们有
birds.
线索，我们有
Something
拿
to
到羽
prove one
毛
of，them has been in the rooftop garden.
我们有羽毛。
Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
没有音乐了，
I can't stand it!
他生气了。
Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not...
Penny 想的跟我们想的一样哎。
Don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
好，我们听完 Penny 的说辞了。我来看，哎，这是什么？我们应该搜索天文塔。我们应该搜查天文塔，所以天文塔有我还没有找到的东西吗？
There's some
Oh,
just...
guess it not.
What? You're not wrong. Pretty.
哎，地上有很像
We
羽毛的
already
东
solved
西。
it.
哦，不是这个。他的屁股很想踹。
There's something kind of just
Oh,
expect...
guess it not compared to all the...
天文塔我应该可以看的都看完了吧？
A picture frame.
With no picture.
里面没有相片。
This time the note.
So, even the most well-used notebook
Ah.
start...
我们去问他关于那个金甲虫，我们直接从那边走超方便。问他关于金甲
What's
虫
this
好了，
all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
想说这跟
I'm
钱
pretty
有
sure
关
the。research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
三角关系。这个照片，它被撕。
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? That looks like it might be...
Freya 的房间，他这个根本就是随便乱跳的，害我以为他在提示我们。
Is that
If it
a...
is,
哎，对，这里还有这个我们没破。直到4个指针都指在正确的位置，他们要怎么样指在正确的位置？他们要怎么指在正确的位置？我不懂哎。
No,
so moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands like cogs on a machine.
I
Did
guess...
you work out what direction each hand
你
needs
弄
to
出
be
每根
facing?
指针需要标示方向。
Each one ends with a little hoop. Try looking through the hoop and ignoring the rest.
每一根末端都有一个小环。啊，末端有一个小环。哦，它这里有一个小小的标示，可是呢 ，I don't get it。我不懂哎。
Nothing.
It's just 3 on the right. You only need 90-degree angles.
Nothing.
It's just numbers. 3 on the right, 6 on the bottom, 9 on the left, and 12 on the top. You only need 90-degree angles.
Nothing.
It's just numbers on the 3 on the You only need 90-degree angles.
我不太懂。这是12啊，这个是9。哦，我懂了。3，然后这个应该要写，这个应该要写9吧？这里是9，然后这个要是3，然后这个要是在12，然后这个也要在9。哦，哎，这个要是6。我懂了，我现在懂了，我现在懂了。可是我不知道怎么转。这个跟这个照理来讲应该是反的。哎，差一点，这个跟这个也要是相对的。这个要在3，然后这样子吧。
No, that was
哦，终于解开了。
Nice work. What's in the box?
a little, but I'm not actually sure what
有
it
个望
is.
远镜，底部有个螺丝，小镜头，在他这里，我就先问他好了。
This belongs to you, huh?
Correct.
他的
And, what is it?
狙
It's
击
my
镜，
handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
哎，他的客户不是那个吗
Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I'll say this. He's well suited to
他很
physical
适合体
labor.
力劳动。
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
秘密
I
实
just
验花
wonder
卉
if。he's getting restless. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite. I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled
被
child.
宠坏的孩子。
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
问他一些东西好了。
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose,
哦，
other
它
than
会产
financial
生像是
gain?
宝石的东西哦。
Speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
哎，我问他这个甲虫呢，他
Where
知
did
道
you
吗？
find this?
Do you have any theories?
他是被 Penny
about
雇
where
来
this
的
might
吗？
have
他
been?
不是
Or
Penny
who might
说
have
他
had it?
是那个
I have
Pointer
several
教授雇的呢。
theories. But they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like
Yeah,
anyone
yeah,
we've
yeah,
met
yeah.
so far.
Strange.
.还是我真的要一个一个问？我跟菲菲谈谈，他这个很烦嘞。好了，我一个一个问好了。哎，是不是还有什么东西是我们没破的啊？这个事情我们还没有破解。可是
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
哦，这个注解我们没有办法破，因为它这里没有让我破的东西。
Let's come back later.
还有没有什么是我们有看到可是没有解的啊？还是我目前都解过了？
Of sorts.
哎，这是什么？
Is that?
Of sorts.
雪花球？哦，这个我没看过哎。
Hey, look, it's a model of Tangle Tower. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing zoo.
这是什么特别的东西吗
Hey, it's a model of... What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing.
？Tangle Tower 被围起来，旁边是一个像蛋的样子。
Books about.
These books, I think
art,
they'd crumble.
Excuse.
Thanks. Books
Skip.
about...
哎，
Books
Well,
about.
Kun
there's
Tong.
not a single book
Huh.
on it. Books about
They're
space.
relatively untouched.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Well, who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far
哎
away.
呦，他讲的跟那个讲不一样哦。
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
到底什么时候
What's that?
什么时候才可以就
She's
是
never graced me with the
破解那个
details,
Papi
and I'm
以
not
前的
fortunate
那
enough
个
to ask.
事情，
You
他都
two
不愿意
are
讲
friends,。right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
There's something about Hawk something.
Let's ask her
有
about
有
it.
有，我们去问他，他们的说法不太一样哦。
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
我们上来在找什么？他在找什么？我不知道。我不知道啊。
That's not right.
我不知道，我不知道。
That's not right.
他在找什么？
That's not right.
等一下我看一下。弟弟说他是有一个望远镜头。他在找什么？
That's not right.
他在找什么？
That's not right.
这个吗？
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's
找
what
那
you're
个甲
looking for in
虫。
the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of
找
it.
金甲虫
The
哎、
greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
它不是显微镜，他不知道怎么用它。
Hawkshaw doesn't know how to use it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope.
他没有用温室的显微镜，它不是显微镜，
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire.
它不是显微镜啊，它不是说这是望远镜吗？菲菲说这是望远镜啊。一个显微镜头，菲菲的强化装置，一个假玻璃镜头。按菲菲所说的，用了一个望远镜头，所以他撒谎。由菲菲制作用来的材料全是
The handheld microscope is made entirely out of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost.
almost
The handheld
哦，
microscope,
所以它是望
according
远镜头，
to
它不是
uses a telescopic
放大
lens,
镜。
so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand
他想要
the
成为
secrets
天
of the
文学
wider
家，
universe. A fool's errand, to be sure.
难怪他对于那个
At 15,
Printer
I
教授
decided
很
instead
很
to
尊
apply my
敬。
intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I try to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your
所以
suspect?
是 Printer
Things have
有人
become
偷了 Printer
complicated.
教授的
My lead suspect is your murder victim.
有人偷了 Printer 教授的那个甲虫，感觉这里还有2个线索我们没有找到哎。 个信上写什么，我其实已经忘了。立马在另外记住的赶紧杀掉，赶紧毁掉。你说的不同意，你去那下面是找不到的。可是我问了所有人，他们都对于这封信没有说什么。天哪！
That's all the stickers. Let's run through them all.
问 Papi 好了，我每次跟我觉得我跟 Papi 讲话，每次会吓到。
Oh, whatever it is.
Well, it is gonna
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
有一条裂缝，喇叭里跟地面上都是碎片。Papi 说他没有弄坏它。你看，就噔噔噔噔噔噔噔吓我。
Feathers flashing in the light.
还有它吟诗，我忘记它会吟诗了。
But all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
哈，到底公差小
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
事实上好麻烦。
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
哇，真的是不知道他在公三小。
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're
有
just
点不寻
unusual.
常。音乐怎么变这样？不要。
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice. You get some weird insects around here.
奇怪的
I've
昆虫，
never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone
我是不是
has.
卡关了？
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously. Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her
是不
stuff.
是被那个尖锐的声音弄裂的？可是我不知道是什么声音。
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right. I think it's kind of cool to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
真是的。
When I first saw it,
还是我要每个都
I
问
thought？ it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. I should never said anything.
每个都问好了。
How sweet. Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? That belongs to Flora, I think. What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh.
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
我都没有问他们关于 Tangle Tower。
3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora's a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the
哦，
fellows
所以是 Remington 建的，然后
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea. There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
我每个都问
From
好
what
了
we。could tell, the blade went in an
直角
exact
刺入
point.
和
Her
Freya 的
pinky
身体
bullet
垂
Freya's
直。
body, and there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
好，我每个都问了。我每个都问吧。我现在只能这么做了。不知道需不需要问 Flora， 她都不讲话。可是我觉得 Felix 他讲什么都有所隐瞒，
My daughter Fiona, our little
而且他讲话很慢，
virgin
有点受不了。
genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
因为 Freya 就这样叫他。OK，
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant to, because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say.
他觉得跟讲话很无
I
聊啊。
heard on the grapevine. Supposedly, Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
现在要这样是漫长的一个一
Percival
个问。
Pointer. Yes. Good old... So, what do you reckon? See the
这个地方还不
murderer?
能加
I
快
don't。know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer.
跟这两个老家伙讲话都有点痛苦，他们讲话都很慢，动作也很多。
Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger. Always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle. And he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile. Fitz? I don't trust him.
他不
He's
相信
slippery.
Fitz，
Never commits to anything.
然后再跟洋葱
Like
一
an
样。
onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, no.
因为他女儿不喜欢，所以他也不喜欢
And。I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. Yes. She's a very vigilant young woman. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with
啊，我要把每个线索都问一次，这是唯一的
not so
解法了。
Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking
不
about
过
something.
将会非常的漫
Heavy
长。
price of emotional intelligence.
Charming, isn't it? Dear Flora's father.
But now it's-
哎，可以这样按哎。
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it.
From what?
This really isn't for me
他
to
跟他
say,
兄弟姐妹有一些
after
争
they
执
moved away,，
他们搬走之后
Flora
，Flora 就改了名
I
字
think，
他们
perhaps
这
she
个名
hoped
字
it。would make them feel unwelcome. Yes, less likely.
That's kind of extreme.
案件档
What's
案，
this?
It's my case
You
file.
mean to say you're bound? Sounds dreadful.
I find it comforting.
按档案又被批评了。
Freya was quite the. She had a way of catching Nottingham.
嗯，日
Why
记
would someone lock up?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! That looks like bizarre. Penelope seems
Do you
rather.
not feel sorry?
Come now.
每
Where
个
did
都
you
看。
It
find
was in the library.
Really? How odd.
他觉得奇怪，为什么？
I've never seen that. Looks fat. Now this is still in very good.
What about those shards on the inside of the
Looks
panel?
like somebody
有
broke
人
the
打破了
glass
玻
and
璃
was
杯
trying，to conceal the evidence. Connie?
这个也裂开，为什么所有东西都裂开？
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
他也不说这个是谁，为什么他们都要隐瞒这个
I've
旧
never
Papi？
been one for music. Why not have... Is that a... Why don't you... Looks like... Could... That look...
The statue.
Yes, it's been there. You can see the brass, but it's not true.
嗯，好吧，问他完，问完也没有什么进展。再来问 Fifi， 把所有东西都问完，感觉 Fifi 都可以给我们一些东西耶。Fifi 很棒。
What is your opinion
Oh,
of...
it's impressive. Elaborate gardens.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you
I
ask?
am the heir of the fellow. This
他是继
makes
承
me so
人。
beneficial.
That's quite an...
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
谁？像谁？他没有
I
说
require facts. What do you know? Correction. She was
被什
no
么东
knife
西刺
bound,
伤。
Apart from the one in the painting.
which, as a mere act, nobody has.
蛋
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be. There are a number of eggshells.
Yeah.
很多蛋，
What's
Some people.
有些人就喜欢蛋。
The fruit here has a unique. It makes them completely. Unless you wish to cut it down.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural and
取决于牙齿的完整性，看这个能不能吃。
that blade.
It's a troll.
It is.
哦，所以对啊，他就是看到这
Why
个。
did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
但是 Papi 说这不是他弄坏
What's
的
a。mess? Penelope should tidy up after.
These weren't dry, I think.
My arguments.
生气，
啊
气不不。
Earmuffs do not go on statues. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear.
Oh.
It is
盆
a
栽花
flower. It reminds me of
让
something.
他想起什么事情？好，我们问完了，问完了有没有得到什么线索？我想是没有。感觉问他可以很快跳过，不然我们每个都问好了。你好，
We met Felix, your husband. He's so.
Nice try.
他什么都不会说啊，
She's some good. Must be proud.
他什么
Do
都
you
不会
fits
说
it
啊。
better than your... Do you and Poppy?
Nothing. Or more, what could you
Oh no,
possibly...
I gave up making notes.
你有什么好做笔记
Now
的？
I'm just doodling.
在空白处到处乱画。
We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume I bet that really...
You know the guy...
Can you see him? Can he see you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to
You
be honest.
never know.
好，问完了。嗯，
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model. Who are the other people next to you?
他什么都不说。哦，救命啊！ 没关系，我就还是要问。
Flora, why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be some...
都
Is
问
there
都
some
问，
program-
Do you know why it's quiet?
他什么都不说，还是都问。
Do you recognize any of these?
真的点点点呢！我的天哪，很快哦，问他问题很快哦。
Do you know anything about these? Or
我觉得我们已经从他这边得到
do
了
you know anything about this beetle?
甲虫，没有。好，问完了，傻眼。等他不爽，去哪里子靠？不是，他是因为受重创，他是受创所以才不会讲话。好，问每个都问，每个都问，每个都问，每个都问。哦。 什么都没问到。
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist It's little more than a
Have you?
I believe so.
He wants to know if you found it.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle was disappointed. You got it. I managed it.
It was empty yesterday.
It was. Somewhat and an altogether.
What kind of music do you like?
I like anything.
I like anything 。他应该是不听音乐。你超喜欢这个侦探，为什么？
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw.
他上次看到的时候没有裂开，我觉得应该是就是 Fizz 他们不是说有听到什么尖锐的声音，搞不好是那个尖锐的声音把这个一切东西都弄裂了。
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we.
Do you know that? Because you were told. I'd tell him, but he hasn't got one. Huh? A book from the library. Makes this one
It's
special.
about birds.
Yes.
不知道问不问到什么
Does
东西
Flora
，I
still-
don't think so.
I
The drawing.
see.
他很有个性。
A diary.
Not yet.
And you.
That would be cheating.
This is a picture.
I don't know. I don't think the
I
murder.
think you'd be surprised as to some breed of animal. Although none of the statues.
I guess.
Is that a clue?
Don't know.
I framed my law degree.
Same.
Do you also have a pile?
树叶。
Yet.
One of 3 statues. This one is where... Perhaps they belong to someone who.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Perhaps they belong to someone.
不喜欢音乐的人。
3 birds. What makes them worth? They not be happier flying.
But then they
I
might
wonder
fly.
if they. Can you consider these people really?
没了，问完了。我没有什么特别的线索呢。
Nice painting gives you a pretty good idea of
The lake looks like it forms.
It might seem strange. Nature is quite capable.
And those mountain cliff things around the
We
outside.
don't know much about them. Not
There are-
even Freya could have.
What's that?
There are no photographs from this angle, as far as I know.
照片是从这个角度拍
Freya
的。
just made it up.
Let's call it an.
他应该是他是从那个
Gave you
球
that
画的吧？
information.
We don't actually know. We were contacted anonymously.
匿名联系他
So
的。
what happens if the person who contacted?
Honestly, that would be kind of fun.
It's of no interest. I overheard Poppy and Freya talking
Poppy 跟
about
Freya 在
it.
谈论这
They
个
were，arguing,
他们在
but
吵
I
事
can't
情。
remember the deep.
What do you think that
I
is?
don't know. It does, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all. There's
What?
something. When we went into Flora's room,
他不是
she
站在这
wasn't
里，
standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by
She
then.
wasn't standing at
她
all. She was kneeling
他
on
跪在
the
地
floor.
上。
It's an egg with
It
feet.
was locked.
Buns. That belongs to.
So why is it up in
Papito.
Flora's
I'm
tower?
not sure. Paints are different.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect paint. Once you've tainted a color, not even the most skilled. Felix made that. There's something.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
再查一下
You
Flora 的
think we
房
missed a
间。
clue up there?
Not exactly.
哦，所以有什么特别的吗？
We found these up in the. Do you know how long?
No, could have. We don't ever.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's.
She was even closer to. Looks like someone.
That's the main.
What's with the broken glass?
他不知
You ever
道
seen this?
No, but I
That's
don't.
not where we
Oh,
found.
I just looks like it belongs. Penelope's three. She's very protective.
Are they, like...
Oh, they have. Penelope loves to
Do
name.
you remember?
I do not.
因为问完他了。等一下，等一下，等一下。他说那个颜色不对劲。
Suppose it's
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
哈皮说，Freya 会在开始画前把需要颜色混合好。
there it is. The
So...
looks that way.
他画到一半感觉这里的，
It's so...
Somehow.
的
I think so.
都
Doesn't matter. It's
都看过了
It's also...
sure is.
吧？刚刚那个望远镜，明明不是他的。没有，刚刚那个小望远镜是他的啊。小望远是他的，是他说他小时候的梦想是成为天文学家，是他拿来做纪念的。噔！每次跟他讲我都吓一跳。我问过他了，哇塞！问他。
Can't say I've ever taken an interest. On occasion, I've dared to visit. It's all just a little too.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know? Okay, so.
Don't look at me.
Oh, wait.
刚刚那个男生
Is that me? Hello. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all
Not
that.
to you.
Try living. If it wasn't for my fits.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest.
Well, but no.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less. Fine.
That's a very specific thing.
Oh, only last week I asked that miserable.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite accused me of being. I'm sure I don't remember anything about him. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her
他都
belongings.
环绕在受创那个妹子
It
身
wasn't
上，
in Poppy's room.
看到他
It
睡
was in the
着了
little。pond in
没
the
事没
garden.
事，
Exactly. Hardly the place for it.
因为他们其实对于这些的那个说辞其实都是固定的，所以我们有的时候可能已经查到他会描述的更后面了，知道？
Freya doesn't take very good care of her pains. Then she was.
Bad room.
我正在把每一个都问。
A bit. I know a lot. I find it over. For some reason, I think she was more trouble.
你做成图了，可是那个没有去过背那张图是没去背过的
Looks a little sim. Thought she was a
I
great.
didn't know there
I'm
were
sure they. Haven't seen this. He lives in the music.
currently.
秘
That's
密日
August
记。
X.
I.
啊，我的天哪，没有任何的进展啊！会不会我每个问完都没有进展啊？我会崩溃的。
So which one
What's
is
There
that?
are two towers.
You'd have
She
to
named the house?
The whole
With
thing?
Felix, you mean?
No, a Remington.
哦，你用小画家
Not。exactly.
It's in a...
Oh, yeah?
The knife with the whole. Curious little.
You know what? Nothing. At the moment.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her...
Pointer purloined by typical. That's a bit.
Clever than most.
Ah,
用 PS 调就不
Freya
会
was
了，
well to me.
因为有
It's a
分
big
图层。
He's right, though. It is a...
This looks even
At
by
least he tried.
yes, keeps his. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself. Here's a thought. After all, it was
I
found.
guess.
Is this?
Possibly.
Yes, very. Where is that bird? It's been a while since I've seen. A diary.
How do you know it's a
I
job?
suppose but it does. Fitz seems
What's wrong with
well, makes you curious. Some sort of
Playing a trumpet.
play. I
狂刷那个对
I'm
话
not。sure. I think it might be.
Primrose. My wife was a floriculturist. That's a flower joke.
Interesting.
他
That's
的老
rather
婆也是植物，很
What's
懂
this?
植
It
物
looks like
吗
it you might know.
Well, it has a part there. It's rather small.
No.
好，我已经全部看完了，真的是没有任何的线索了吗？真的没有线索了吗？我们回去大厅思考一番。情绪内衣那张可以变头像。
No, it could be anymore.
What
I
is
think it's a family trait.
我们来看族谱吧。
Felix?
We met him. He's one of us. Fitz.
We met him.
哦，他只会说是嫌犯之一耶。
She's barely related. We met her. She's one of us. Fiona, we met her. She's Lady
I
Remington.
think I have one of those.
Lady Remington.
I think I have one of those in my bathroom. Lord Remington.
He sounds important.
Do
Lady
these people not have first names?
Flint? I guess he doesn't live here.
Penelope Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects. Poppy Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects.
OK，
Pandora. I guess she doesn't live here anymore.
好吧，
A door.
Oh, what's
A
behind it?
room.
好吧，我卡关了。嗯，还是有什么东西我没有？
It's a little
To
wooden.
the casual observer.
哎，这个我真的没看过。哎，这个我真的没看过。哎，
Real looks like they're part of some kind.
这个我真的没看过。好，然后嘞，这是三小。I don't get it。哦，哦，1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6，所以这个是。哎，很不太懂哎，我不太懂哎。这里还有这个比例尺，
Nothing.
Did you find a hint? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw.
这里还有这个尺哎，这是干嘛的？画笔的大笔画大小，所以说。可是，这个绿色我不懂，这个。1 2 3 1 2 3啊！你有想法？你有什么想法？来说给我听。我的想法跟他这个不是很合啊，还是我拼错了？不会啊，应该是没有拼错吧？他的左到右是6个，对啊，是6个，这我知道。蓝色交换。
That was.
The information we need is on the paper. Once it's...
是短到长。第2排是第1排是短到长，第2排是颜色的意思吗？ 第2跟第4是绿跟蓝。对啊，我知道，可是我就是不懂它的这个形状跟颜色。这里还有个橘色哎、你居然这样就过了？
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each
不是哎、我想一下。
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
他对这一条完全没有任何的描述，应该就是形状吧。
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
最长跟最短的第一个跟最后一个，我是这样摆的。饼的颜色，橘色。第一个是短的，为什么？
That's done.
哎、真的哎！
Neat. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Most of a
哎、这是那个另外一半，这是那个另外一半。我们找到了超大线
Let's
索，
ask Poppy about it.
我们去问 Poppy。我们找到那张照片的另外一半了。
I need to confirm something.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this?
It belongs to like to have music.
And do you know what kind?
No idea. Acid jazz.
It's piano. Sounds an.
Sure, it doesn't belong to
Why
you.
are we even cassette tapes have been
The
redundant?
tape was found at the crime.
It's not mine.
Why not?
Not mine.
你以前喜欢过，
You used to like it. We need a clue to compare with the cassette.
你以前喜欢过，因为你以前长这个样子。
Let's take a closer look at this. The pink cassette tape found at the crime
这样不
scene
对。
matches the blonde girl that was found in
等一下，龙木
Poppy's.
打给我，龙木我还在开坛呢。这个游戏太好玩了。
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene
好，
matches
你
the
休息了
blonde
是不
girl
是？
used by Poppy in this old
哦，
photo.
好吧。
Almost.
拜拜。
The pink cassette tape
Bye.
found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends.
他怎么变了？
Why'd you tear it up? And then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
照片证明 Poppy 就是凶手。Poppy 现在很恨 Fifi 跟 Freya，Poppy 不想就像那
Poppy
样。
doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
不可能是说是他是
She
凶
doesn't want to
手。
look like that anymore.
The passage of time is a powerful
哦，他
thing.
这个时光流
Hold
逝
on.
力量很
This
大。
means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
This is a photo of Fifi.
Yeah,
How come you're not in it?
I'm not really one for
Fifi looks like she...
Fifi's loyalty to...
好，
There's something about that diary.
Let's ask her about it.
我们可以问关于日记的事情。我们是不是今天就可以破关呢？太兴奋了！我要先问他这张照片。
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So
That was not me. Besides, it was only a third.
好，
is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your
Of
bed.
course it is
Why
mine.
is it locked up?
You seriously? Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary.
So there are.
This particular diary is unused.
It
没
doesn't
用过哦
look unused.
怎么可能？这句他已经在里面写了，这是别人
It's
的吧？
somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to
证明
prove
这个
who
是
the
谁的
original
日记
owner was.
Freya 的，他拿着这本书。
Let's take a closer look at this. This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya. Almost.
这本书
This
就
blue
是啊，
book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room.
为什么
and
他要
you
把它
kept it
藏起来？
locked too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets kept in her bedroom. Almost. Maybe just.
所以为什么要藏 Freya 日记？
Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets kept in her bedroom. Nope. Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets that everyone knew about. Almost.
再改个地方。
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's
哦
diary.
哦，他是那个
Is this
英
true?
文文法。
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
什么
might
东
be
西的
easier
清
if
白
you？ just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will
他
open
打
it.
开了。
However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right.
Finally.
开了
What's。in there?
他回来了吗？这次是有实际的情景，是我吗？是我放出去的吗？也许我该把那幅画撕了。爆魂蟹有用了，惊人小人。现在我们有2个，还需要2个。找到了通往中间的路，和苏醒比起来意外简单。我看到他们一共5个，眼睛涂黑了。不管发生什么事，我仍然有些承诺要斟酌，我会尽力的。他需要一些陪伴。啊？
I'm still not.
Should we take another look?
这个应该要在最后才有办法解开。啊！等一下，
It's a little.
I think
Come again.
seeing the leaves might have been for keeping insects.
通往中间的路。我现在有2个，还需要2个。爆魂蟹是什么东西？ 这个中间应该还有一个什么东西。
There are weeds and could be anymore. Fine. Don't win this.
有想法吗？
And a simple trick, but it really... Once
Looks
that
like
is clear,
I hope it's just a bunch of notes about her mic.
花园的水池，空中花园有东西吗？可是空中花园
a little pond.
See those metal
Oh,
bars?
yeah.
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
他们没有给空中花园任何的
In a garden.
说法，哎，
Yeah, we're on a roof. It's a
Now,
two-person.
What makes it looks pretty? Ah,
made
wonder
you.
how it's hooked up.
Giant stone
Yeah,
floor.
he's got-
Except those aren't snowflakes.
这个
They're
这个
feathers.
拿过了。花园的水池看一下，这个水花园还是这个花园？
It's full of the
Any
sonatas.
fish?
Although there
It's a
is
cassette. Or it used to
这个
be.
卡带我们拿过啦，里面有人在哼歌的声音。
Spooky. What do you think?
I think it's
Is it working?
No.
我看一下，他们每个人疑点都讲过，就他没有他的疑点还没有，我们还没有发现。Pointer 有什么可疑之处吗 ？Pointer 有什么可疑之处吗？靠腰啊 ，Pointer 有什么可疑之处？救命啊！
Freya was
Do you know how old?
not sure. Sometime.
抒情解了吗？那个没有办法解，我们没有线索，他不让我们解，那个无法解啊。
Oh, well,
Well, it's
这
got
个
a
碎
all the
片
broken
是
glass.
碎玻璃也无法解。
Are they?
Whatever. Like a little parade of.
There's
When I
a...
was a
You still don't know, do you?
No.
Puppy 可以怀疑耶，Puppy 怀疑过啦，Puppy 怀疑这个解过啦，就是我们在说这个卡带是他的啊，怀疑这个怀疑过了。
Tools used by gardening.
It's Fifi and
Don't you
Fred.
think Poppy should be...
Maybe. Maybe she doesn't really like crowds.
Two people...
Right, but if she was...
Check.
大家都怀疑过了，门口再来看一次。
Should we...
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
那个板子，你是说这个花园这个板子？这个板子上面写的，我也是，
A little chart. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
也是好像是线索，又好像不是，因为它就是写这样，1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
感觉是不是目前还没有办法解啊？哎，它只剩下这个了，我们要收到天文塔。它只剩下这个了，所以我们要收到天文塔。天文塔还有东西未解开啊，
They're
还有
clearly
未解
used-
之谜呀、
So even the most well-used note.
Poppies too. Freya looked...
天文塔还有未解之谜，
Every
I want to try.
哦，
You can see,
Not by
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. Behind her is the back side of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
看不出来另外一段有什么。
You can see,
Not
I can
by
behind her. Can't really see. Hold on. I think we might have.
我们漏掉了什么东西？
I can just about see. I can see the door itself is on the floor.
对啊，他直接叫我过来这边。我们漏掉了什么？
Is that a
I
Is there another room?
上
we
面还有
should
另外
check
一个
that
房
next
间
time。we're over there. Isn't this? I'm pretty sure you need to see
I
the
can't
stuff.
move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
所以他一直在看，
Something about some.
Let's ask him
所以
about
他一直
it.
在看 Flora，、他有病啊！
So, Professor,
It's not a matter. Once you I really don't
convenient.
like. Why do
I have a theory.
Oh, go on.
You're not really interested.
What could-
I think you're interested.
That's not it.
是哪一个啊？
That's not it. That's not it.
这个啦。
I don't have time for my studies.
Right.
Yes, my little.
Yeah. About.
都不是对准天上。他望远镜在看犯罪
This
现场。
telescope was actually looking at the crime scene.
谢谢
and
心
not up at
如
the
晚
scene.
安，心如晚安。
First, you accuse me of being alone. Now you're accusing
Are
me.
you spying?
Why would I?
Why? Because you think somebody's.
Might not have been Flora. Might have been Freya.
It's you. It's a very precious, valuable in ways. You, Freya, was always sneaking around. She was definitely.
So, you were looking to Flora's room. Did you witness the?
No, I didn't. When I
他没有
looked
看
into
到。
the room, Flora was already locked.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora.
他
She
躺在
couldn't
窗户
see
旁
Freya
边。
at all. It was fairly dark. That's why I decided to head over there.
This changes your statement.
No, everything I told you.
Apart from the reason you left.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the.
好，上面还有一个房间。哦，突然好多疑点了。
Freya was
Something to do with this.
Maybe we should go back and.
我们去花园。哎，这啥？
This wasn't here.
What is
It's
it?
a little wooden toy.
There's a
What
note.
does it say? Grimoire?
哦，这是我的新朋友，他喜欢音乐，简单的旋律会。祝你们两人好运，菲亚。靠，菲亚留这东西给我，太恐怖了吧！
What do you think?
How?
Why don't we check the handwriting?
Good idea.
Well,
It's a
well,
perfect.
if we have a ghost.
靠，太
house.
恐怖了吧
What！ about the little?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
好，我们先来点掉这些
We
问
know a
号。
little more about the. So, was Freya stabbed?
嗯，对啊，超恐怖哎！用来画魔物的红色尖端，那个东西是。
Blood from the paint pot was almost. Maybe just. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the
为了让它
red
看起来
tip
像
of
刀
a painted ink dip feather
它是故意用
to
血
resemble
画
a
的。
bloody knife.
I think I decide if I'm disappointed.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence.
Somebody deliberately put blood. Why? To distract.
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather.
Let's go over what we did. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
傻
The angle
眼
of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting?
Okay, well, how do we know Freya was stabbed? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling.
我们先去楼上看吧。阁楼。
It's a stab.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as... Also, it's stuffed.
是标本，这些东西都是标本哎。
What's in that skull, at
You know,
least?
maybe I won't open it.
骨头，
Just
I'm not
looks
sure.
like it might
卷轴，
attach to something.
一段细红绳。
It's a jar.
Just
Nothing, kind of.
Just
我们在 floor 哦，对对对对，我们用那个，我们给那个螃蟹听声音。看那个螃蟹是怎样会变形。我要怎么让它听啊？
It's piano music.
它没有变啊。
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
哼唱是这个。piano 为什么钢琴的它不会变？
It's piano music.
好，没关系，我们给他再听别的。还有门铃嘛？我记得还有门铃。有，门铃是长这样。
A path leading to
还有什么啊？我看一下。我现在好慌啊！我想要今天赶快把它破完。还有鸟叫声。鸟鸣长这样，还有钢琴啊，钢琴还是我去，还是我们去请他弹给我们听啊！对，可以叫他弹那个，他要崩了，没事会吓我一跳。
Yeah, It's mine.
Can you play the tune?
Sure.
That's all for
So,
me. Should
what-
we go back to the
去
garden?
花园，走吧。嗨，陈毅安安。门铃哼唱钢琴鸟鸣，可是这个我看不出来它是。
Let's try this.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
好，我把它拍下
I'm
来，
sure we can solve this now.
我把它拍下来，因为我不记得顺序，我不记得他们各自长什么样子。这相机怎么打不开啊？我手机打不开。好，好，我现在就可以解
Let's
开
try
了。
this again. Nothing.
还是他是要我这样解而已？哦，真的耶，他只是要我这样解，我以为他是有什么顺序。
That's got.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
他打开了。
Where do you think it is?
Down.
他说那个下面是找不到的，信上是这样说的。哦，地下秘密。哦，秘密实验室。
Bugs.
Looks like they're made of metal. It looks liquid, isn't it? What's in there?
哦，金甲虫在这，
9 beetles.
Poor little
And
guy.
there's a bunch of
是吗？
moths
是
mostly
金甲虫
numbers.
吗？他在研究金甲虫吗？
9. There's a bunch of mostly numbers.
This place would never, is it?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird
I'm
looking.
pretty sure the latch
好，我
is
们可以解锁了。我们是。把它全部拉出来。它突然就连在一起了。可是这个不知道怎么把它们接在一起。这样吗？他们没有顺序诶，他们上下是固定的。有点难呢，有一点难呢。而且这个很合诶，所以我觉得他们应该也要很贴合吧。一条一条看，太乱了，这么贴合之类的。讲啊！啊！救命啊！救命啊！救命啊！我以为我可以破了，我真的是要疯了。这个会挡住它啊，所以这个应该是 该是这样吧。下栏应该没错，对啊，是粉衣街下栏，粉衣街下栏。救命啊！我可不可以去找那个
Nothing.
I think we're trying to make
I
the
guess.
easiest part should be connecting to the two symbols at either end.
反正这个是终点跟起点嘛，我看一下，把它们收起来，收起来，仔细来看一下，这样子，这个这样接的很好，然后，哦，这样子，哦。可是，这样子这里连起来了，可是这里接不起来。我成功了。
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah. More research.
独特的动植物形成的原因，几种化学物质在水中，比较小的生物，不会完全不受影响。还在研究这个湖水，哎。
Whose research is this? This is some seriously.
That's impressive, but
就是这个啊。
So, this is.
definitely seems
I
like.
guess not a lot of people.
Right. But why would he need to lock his research?
He's just paranoid.
What do you think he's trying to do?
金甲虫。在天文塔一直试图培育，没有意识到一直是金甲虫在地下实验室。
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because
it's gold.
因为它是黄金
I
的。
think so. I just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking.
infinite. Might explain why it was so. Maybe somebody.
Might have been Freya. We know she was trying to get through.
She might not have known what was down. Maybe she was just
curious.
Sure.
I reckon she knew what was.
Yeah, I think we're still. There's no way. We're done.
Ready to go down again?
哦，哎呦，怎么又有下面啊？靠，是哪里呀、
We're too late. This photograph.
Why?
身上被刺
Not
破
sure.
了，
Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
金属棒。哦，这个绳子，这个绳子跟这个一样，绳子跟这个一样。
So what's the photo?
啊，这个是那个雕像里面的人。
Do you know who it is in the photo? This man. He reminds me of something.
他是这个人。
Felix made a little model thing.
Yeah, makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington, meaning the girl.
Yeah, it's her. See the
I
bird.
never would have guessed.
I don't know.
那
A single book.
This is.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
有这个鸟还有这个鱼，墨镜鸟、银蛇豹、横蟹、蛙人。
It's an old
Two
coat.
cloaks.
Basements.
Or at the bottom must be.
Right, but if that's the lake bed,
Like what?
white, no plants. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
我们在哪里？
Did you notice how much light this room
It's all
has?
coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure.
Why is there a room there? And why is it so
We
much?
still don't really know.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich.
I feel like the Remtons came.
It's empty though. More
It
empty.
is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
什么意思？
There's a roll of paper.
I'll see
Let me
you.
guess.
打开来看这个。屋顶花园，我们现在在这里嘛？嗯？卧室、书房，这里还有个书房。
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. No.
How did we miss it?
This seems...
Great.
还有个书房，我们可以去这个书房。Freya 的房间被列为储藏室。
Let's head. I want to find.
我们去。哎呦，这里怎么变那么暗哦？
Wow.
How long were we down there?
This.
How are we...
Hang on. I think there's a switch.
它有楼梯。
A ladder.
Wanna go up?
进到书房了。隐藏之心。靠！
It's a wooden hung up.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
哎，它是那个。哦，我知道了。
It's a wooden pin hung up.
Looks like there's a couple of
这个
things
是那
missing
个
from it.
Freya 画的图，这张。难怪我觉得它长得很像那个。
Dragon.
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
难怪我觉得它长得很像那个。
Who are?
Not sure. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
神秘生物在意大师。
That photo is important.
They called this.
What would you call it?
Of Doom. Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some...
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, Sally, did we meet?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little
这个
like
长得
Poppy,
蛮像 Poppy
but
的。
her style is way different. And at first, I thought the guy on the top
这个也
right
蛮
was
像
Felix.
Felix
Now that I look at it,
看他们的祖先吧。我快破完了，天哪！
That's
what
book.
a surprise! An axe. I'm more worried about the one that isn't there. Nice. Maybe it's just...
Crumpled
Is there
not
anything-
really. It's mostly black. Coffee table.
Someone complacent enough to
这
leave
个
their
笔记本
notebook lying around.
电文大使找到了，带着我神秘生物朋友到音乐室做实验。所以他短视经历比我想象还严重，风景很美，大部分清理干净了。他进来了，很小心什么的，但我知道是时候了。啊
Do those look like...
Yeah, they're on the inside.
他们以前有在里面做生物实验的样子。
You know, in here though. Is that
It's got a...
also crab.
有个螃蟹，
Don't you think it...
四肢可以旋转。啊，我不懂哎。
I guess.
I don't think we need to...
What do you
We
mean?
have all the information we need in our case file.
啊，它是不是？我不知道，我不太懂怎么移动它。它是不是 Tangle Tower 的？可是这里有一只手啊，它是 Tangle Tower 的地图吧？
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere before.
Nope.
Wasn't
The
this...
children's book.
那本螃蟹儿童读
wasn't
物，
this...
The children's book.
This crab really...
That little-
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
儿童读物。哦，长这样，斜斜的，好。 好。
It's got a translucent.
Also, crap.
它是，等一下我再看一次，我把它拍下来好了。
Yeah, I think I've seen it more recently.
我把它拍下来好了。
It's got
Also,
我拍的好晃，好没关系。这个这样子，然后这个这样子，然后这个这样子，这样子吧。
perfect.
很难记呀、啊。哎，里面有个十字弓。
Somebody didn't want us to find. What is it?
凶器呀、这应该就是凶器吧？
I don't know. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
等。
I think that might not this part.
这个红色的这个。 这个，所以是那个侦探杀的吗？
Not sure.
You don't think the crossbow?
Oh no, the crossbow. That doesn't mean we.
所以还有什么？还有什么地方是我们没解到的？这里还有一个缺口，线索的缺口。
That's a book.
What a surprise!
They call it of doom.
We're talking
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Some kind of. Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Not too many.
That's how we got it.
Doesn't look like there's any other way.
我们应该探索书房。我们在书房，好，我们继续探索书房。这个线索不会背叛我们。
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
对啊，这个就是它啊。可是我要怎么？这个就是它啊，就是这个啊。我要怎么把它 fit 起来？
An axe and some. I'm more worried about the one that isn't there.
我要怎么把它合起来？
And instead,
Is there
it's
anything?
mostly yeah, there's something.
哦，这里面还有东西啊！这个羽毛，还有红色的碎布。
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it, but nowadays it's some.
It's not a secret to at least one other
The
person.
way the notebook was left makes me think it's someone.
Whoever it was, they left. There's a whole design project on. Feels like someone put
It's
quiet.
a shame there are things missing from it. Now I'm betting it'd make more sense.
That might not be.
哦，我们要破完了。这个是那个这幅画，这个是那个这个照片。难怪我一直觉得他长得很像他嘛。
Freya designed detective.
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting. But as for those sketches of Hawk, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone.
Doesn't exactly narrow. Should we go ask?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's.
所以我们要去问他吗？啊！快解完了，凶杀案。
Time to solve this.
Time to solve this.
All right, time to put it all
Let's
together.
start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow. It's the murder weapon.
Despite the
这
fact
是
it
凶
doesn't
器。
have any blood.
It was clean. I don't think anybody expected it.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
后面，上方。
It was fired from
Above, huh?
Yeah. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. The reel was used to pull the.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime
The
scene.
murderer must have dropped.
Wait. The arrow was
Yeah.
fired.
It's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
所以他是先躺下来，
Right.
Unless.
他是躺着才被才中箭的，
Two.
他昏倒了。
Fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall.
留声机，
Gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm.
什么东西？
That's
里
not
面
it.
不是有这个卡带吗？还是有人放坏掉的卡带？
That's not it. That's not it.
嗯？
That's not it. That's not it.
是什么啊？有人放东西在里面。
That's not it.
嗯，
That's not it.
留声机里藏着什么呢？留声机藏什么啊？颜料吗？
That's not it.
不是颜料。
That's not
我
it.
每一个硬干是不是？我是不是要硬干？这些都不是啊，这些一定不是。出来的画，
That's not it.
嗯，
That's not it.
颜料造成他的脑不是啊，他是被那个留声机的声音弄昏的。这些我刚刚都按过，都不是，不是这个卡带。
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
因为他在画画，什么东西？一个一个干吗？手画的卡带也不是这个啊。
That's not it.
信
That's not it.
画，
That's not it.
留声机里藏什么啊？羽毛、
That's not it.
纸，不是这娃娃的，
That's not
这娃娃的纸不是他的啊。嗯。
That's not it. That's not it.
应该是有什么东西让这个卡带裂开。
That's not it.
不
That's
是
not
这个
it.
啊。合照。嗯，就
That's
不是
not
这个
it.
啦，不是颜料，是。算了算了算了，一个一个按，一个一个按。
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
一定不是照片啊，
That's not it.
它是
That's not it.
啊，甲虫在里面哦。
Research says it can emit an incredibly
靠，是
loud
这样
hiss.
哦。
Poppy and Fitz both said neither of them.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really?
No, I don't think. But don't forget, it was being amplified
留
by
声
the
机
shape
放大
of
那
the
个声音。
gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It
This is
might-
getting kinda science. Since when do you know
I
it?
don't. Do you
But I-
remember that the hornet's playing? It's a pretty similar shape to the one on
外
the
形跟留声
gramophone.
机喇叭
That broken
相
glass
似。
isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
这么强的频率影响到了什么东西？颜料。
Those cracks didn't defray his paint. The pink
难怪
cassettes
他们
and
东西全部都
gramophone
裂开
all
了。
sustained similar-
That's some serious enough to crack metal.
Yeah. If the frequency was so powerful, wouldn't they have been in? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
How?
因为它有这个，它有这个。
These are some pretty heavy. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it...
Beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure.
Maybe.
4. Freya lands on her back.
他
She
躺在
drops
地
the brush
上，
and
东西
palette
都
by
掉
her
在地
side.
旁边。
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7.
8. The door is kicked down, Fitz and Pop.
That's it. There's...
What?
Let's go back to the crime scene.
回去现场。我快破完了啊！我要看什么？
The answer is in the painting.
答案就在这幅画吗？ 他答案就在这幅画里。
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
是这根羽毛。可是我要怎么选？
I can see the stars. I can see the stars. Freya, did you leave us a clue?
哦，遗漏的线索。
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. We know she was holding it during
Flora's
It was here. In this room.
我们在别的地方找到它的，它被烧掉了，在这里。
We were a little too late.
So it was stolen and ended up in these...
Someone wanted to destroy it.
How? How was it?
Presumably, Flora dropped
Yeah, and then the murderer couldn't have stolen it.
it. So the question, how could they steal something? The final clue. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the it's not quite a photo, but still, it's an
犯
image
罪
of
现
the
场的
crime
图
scene
像。
recorded. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never... But she did intend...
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually...
如何向我们表达他画这幅画的用意？
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need.
他准备好颜色了。 这个没有，这张素描，因为
The black paint was going to be
应该不是
used...
这样
Nope.
因为
The black paint was going to be... That's not right.
这又想画什么？
The black paint. That's not right either. Blood on the brush. brush was going to be used to paint. That's not right either.
应该是黑色颜料啊。
The black paint isn't. That's not right either. The black paint.
窗口的东
That's
西，
not right either.
窗口的东西。
The black paint. That's not right either.
头发颜色不是，
The black paint. That's not right either.
我觉得应该是关于某个窗口的东西。
The black paint. Almost.
再改一个小地方，
Blood on the brush. Almost.
再改一个小地方，要改什么地方？不是黑色的颜料，灰色的颜料，血。
The blood. Almost. Maybe just.
他画什么？黄色。
Yellow paint.
黄色没有
is
用
going
过
to。be used to paint this.
Something in the wall.
金甲虫吗？
That's not it.
黄色的。啊，它的
That's
鸟
not it.
是鸟吗？
There she is. Our little.
How long did it hear?
She did. She's a very good listener. Well now,
正面对决。
I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
哦
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind.
，Penelope。
But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
哈，我要绑他吗？
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's for the benefit of us all, I assure you.
能绑住他的手的坚固物品。
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great
我们
energy.
就不跳过了，好好的看完最后一段吧。
Something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? Suppose I...
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing, and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
书房
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot.
所以书房一直都有人，是不是？
Paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the surface.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my
你把
life.
前面东西忘
Something
光
which
了。
answered my
没
questions
有，我想说
while at
说，
once
我是
creating
想说
all new ones.
选一个不一样，它会变怎么样？结果好像不会怎么样。佩妮在书房发现的东西，
That's not it.
That's not right.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps,
这个他有找到
charts,
他们吗？
creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. Considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something. Something from the era of Misted Mansion.
他发现了什么呢？他发现了什么呢？
That's not right.
他发现了啥？他发现了关于神秘宅邸。
That's not it. So, where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Ah, well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in, and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
所以这个是 Pointer 给的。
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90%.
哦，太慢了，我决
Did
定
you
用
ever
点的。
question what exactly before Misted Mansion was built over the lake?
这个湖还
Lord
是湖以
Remington
前
and his wife built a small. Fast forward 2 or 3
The
generations,
ambassadors took everything.
and everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional. It's not
人漏掉的
much.
东西。
So, why isn't this? Why did you stay?
对，他为什么要杀 Freya？Freya 非老之所愿。
Simply put,
Freya 对你
Freya
太
was
好
my
了。
fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
what are you
Did
talking?
you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
这个是 Freya 画的吗？
Almost, but it's not right.
根据 Freya 这个啊，
That's right. I had assumed it
我
was
觉得很
purely
像。
abstract. I just thought it had. I later discovered it was a figure for all her vitality. I think Freya was desperate to leave Tangle Tower. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her. But in fact, I think she wanted to free
Fiona.
The real reason Freya was unable is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that not just to the rest of the family, it would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona. That was her plan
Fiona 因
anyway.
为觉得自己是继承，因为 Fiona 是继承，所以 Fiona 不能离开
Before
这里。是
Freya
不是
could find her way.
She found her way into yours, found your notes. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Give
Fiona
them
跟
something to
Poppy。
focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something. I believe it made things marginally less. Worked on you too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
I'd really rather
他想要带
not
甲
leave
虫。
without it.
Wait, it's
Still inside the cram.
这只鸟有够诡异。好靠腰哦。所以我们大家都昏倒了吗？是怎样？
what's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two, all right?
My head hurts.
You were both unconscious.
Really?
You're both fine.
Was it the beetle? I heard it through the ceiling in my
The
room.
exact same sound we
I
heard.
guess it must have.
So
所以
how
他
did you
逃
get
走
down
，Penny 逃
there?
走了
Save
吗
both？ of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious. She had her crossbow on her. But who knows? She
Did
may
you know she...
Poppy and Fifi suspected her.
Fitz did not want to believe us a lot.
因为 Fifi
But
She jumped out the window.
What?
Did she
Huh?
survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room. But by the time I got out there to check,
他掉到他
it
的
was already gone.
院花
Hang
园。
on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care
I
about
apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand
这不是
human
帽子
language.
吗？
so, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective
他
guard.
跑走了。
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off.
Pop, are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to... I'm going to put it on the
他趴
ground.
在地上。
I think that's what she would have wanted.
没了，结束了，终于结束啦！玩了4个半小时，好游戏，赞！好游戏，好游戏。 不过我还是觉得为什么 Freya 可以给我们那个螃蟹，我觉得很恐怖。甲虫在爬，是不是美术好，故事又好？好游戏，好玩。哦，他飞走了吗？啊，播完了。好啊，谢谢大家今天晚上的陪伴与收看。我们大家都可以去洗洗睡了。好玩欸，赞！只是我非常困扰，我之后要怎么把它剪成影片？之后的事情之后再说，我再慢慢考虑这个问题好了。那我们今天就先到这啦，谢谢大家的收看，晚安啦，拜拜。